Dark Fantasies, a collection of horror stories, edited by Chris Morgan. And we begin with an introduction by Chris Morgan, entitled No Slime, No Chainsaws. Have you noticed how horror fiction has changed in recent years? Some authors, I don't have to mention their names, seem to have been vying with each other to see who can describe the most disgusting, most nauseating events possible. There is clearly a market for such things, with considerable numbers of readers rejoicing in lavishly gory descriptions of chainsaw massacres or attacks upon humans by giant invertebrates of all kinds. These so-called graphic horror novels sell well, and the occasional one is even well written, though they tend to sicken many other readers, who are put off horror fiction entirely. Any movement in writing gives rise to, or at least results in the naming of, a counter-movement. So, at the opposite end of the spectrum from graphic horror, there is dark fantasy. While definitions vary, there is general agreement that dark fantasy is non-graphic. Its horror is more often suggested than spelt out. Its effects are subtle, yet it can be very frightening. What we imagine is usually worse than what is. Dark fantasy's impact comes from two sources: atmosphere and realism. Atmosphere is that sense of impending menace which breeds tension, and is achieved by a skillful choice of words. The realism derives mainly from the fact that most dark fantasies could happen to you. They are firmly rooted in the present day, concerning people just like you and me. These characters are struggling to cope with the late 1980s. They worry about their job, or lack of one, about personal relationships, about not paying bills, about noisy neighbours, about getting mugged. Then something strange happens to them. Or they think something strange happens to them. There you have the supernatural and psychological plot alternatives. And gradually, without any obvious transition from the reality with which we are familiar, that character is plunged into a living nightmare. Not all the stories in dark fantasies conform exactly to that generality. Thank goodness, since conformity is death to artistry. In any case, horror fiction, or dark fantasy, is a wide category. It has always seemed to me that horror is more of an approach to writing fiction than a true genre, giving rise to stories which are supernatural horror, akin to fantasy, non-supernatural horror, akin to general or crime fiction, science fiction horror, and even romantic horror. Examples of all these types, as well as some unclassifiable stories, are in the pages ahead of you. None of the tales here are very graphic, though most of them refer to circumstances which, if you stop and think about them, are terrifying. You won't find them nauseating, but you should find them scary. Chris Morgan, dated the 8th of the 8th, 88. The Will, by Brian Stableford. He had always been able to make her do whatever he wanted. If it had not been for that, Helen would not have returned, not even for his funeral, not even to hear the reading of his will. But he would have wanted her there, and she knew it. She hadn't needed the solicitor's letter, or the plea which Aunt Judith had sobbed down the phone. All that it took was the knowledge that he wanted her there. He hadn't wanted her there in some time, not for 10 years, and while he hadn't wanted her, she hadn't gone, even though the house was still in some abstract sense her home, even though he was her father. She didn't go to the house first, but to the funeral parlour, where his body was laid in its coffin. They could be together there, just the two of them, both of them in their best suits. He looked thinner, his skin discoloured, despite the best efforts of the embalmer. His mottled hands were shriveled, less hairy. She didn't touch him, and even though there was no one to observe, she remained impassive and expressionless. She didn't shed a tear. She shed no tears at the graveside either, and there was no doubt that it didn't go unnoticed there. Judith cried, of course, for the departed brother whose housekeeper and nurse she had become, but Judith was one of life's criers. The cousins wept a little too, but not for their uncle. Their tears were sympathy tears for their mother, exhibitionist tears. Colin and Claire were paragons of a kind of showy sympathy which might easily pass for virtue. Helen's brother, Michael, could not hold out in the face of their example. Like the dutiful son he was, he managed a dampened eye to set off his miserable face. But Helen was immune to all moral pressure. She simply stood and listened. She could imagine all too readily what the others thought of her performance. Why did she even come? Frigid bitch. Is that dark grey the nearest thing to black she could find? Not a hair out of place. Face like a plastic doll. Always his favourite, though. Where was she when he was ill? Never came near the place. Always his favourite. Doesn't look a day over 21. Not one day older than the day she left. But it's all make-up, all fake. So thin. Wouldn't surprise me if she were anorexic. Frigid bitch. Afterwards, though, they tried after their fashion to be kind. Judith did, anyhow. The cousins only put on a show of trying to be kind. The show, of course, was far more extravagant than the real attempt. Mother did everything for him, you know. Worked her fingers to the bone. Wasn't easy. Not his fault, of course, but he wasn't the most reasonable man in the world. Once he fell ill. Terrible thing, cancer. Eating him up from the inside. Not very nice for Mother. Undoubtedly they were right. Not very nice for Mother. Not very nice for Saint Judith. Not as if the old man understood the meaning of gratitude. Of course we understand. Your career. Not very easy for you. Half a day's drive from London. So busy. But you'll be too old for it soon, won't you? Can't last forever. A sarcastic little thing, Claire, loud in her airing of unspoken questions. Where had Helen been? Where had Helen been through all those years? Why wasn't it Helen who looked after the filthy old man, cleaning up after the thing which was eating him away inside? Michael hardly had a word to say to her. He had always been a master of inarticulacy. He had learned to wear his silence well, and people liked him for it. Judith fluttered around him when they all got back to the house. Not like a moth around a flame, more like a mother hen working out some excess of maternal feeling in compulsive clucking. She fluttered around the vicar, too, as though trying to draw strength from whatever authority he had to deal with the aftermath of death. But such authority as he had was the authority of habit. He did this all too often. It was part of his way of life. "I'm sorry," said a neighbour, conscientiously intruding upon Helen's isolation. "We were all very sorry. But he didn't suffer much. Morphine, you know. It must be ages since we saw you. Are you famous now?" 10 years, said Helen, baldly. "It's been 10 years. "Such a long way from London," said the neighbour. "In the sticks." That was the longest conversation she had. She froze them all out, one by one. Frigid bitch. Once she could almost have sworn that she had heard the words spoken, but when she turned to stare at Colin and Claire, they weren't even looking in her direction. The reading of the will seemed to Helen a complete absurdity. She had never thought of the reading of a will as something that was actually done in real life. The idea seemed to her so essentially theatrical that it ought surely to be confined to the screenplays of old films, where it could be used to determine who might be murdered. There had been no reading of a will when her mother had died, shortly before Helen had left home. Presumably her mother had left no will. She hadn't, after all, left a note. When the family actually gathered around the dining table, with the owl-eyed solicitor at its head, the day's events seemed to Helen to have strayed into the realm of the surreal. She found it hard to focus her attention on what the little man was reading. His slow, punctilious manner of delivery was not conducive to concentration. To Michael, the bulk of the stocks and shares. To Judith, the sum of £5,000. Colin and Claire, seated one on either side of their saintly mother, seemed rigid with outrage when that was read out. Not that they'd expected anything for themselves, of course, but for their mother. £5,000 after all those years. Only right, no doubt, that Michael should inherit the old man's investments. But the house? Surely Judith deserved the house. And to my daughter Helen, the solicitor read, in a voice like the creaking of old attic timbers, the remainder of my estate, and all my love. He coughed, then, in a disapproving manner, to show that the final phrase had been none of his doing, and did not really belong where the old man must stubbornly have insisted that it should be put. The remainder of my estate, and all my love. Colin and Claire were staring at her, wishing that she might be struck down, begrudging her the love as much as the house, because they were both unearned income, both undeserved reward. Claire's eyes were light blue, capable of an iciness that was barely imaginable. There was more for the solicitor to say, about probate, about death duties, estimated timescales, estimated amounts. The figures drifted by her almost unheard. The house, worth 150,000, 20 or 30,000 on top of that. Would you want to keep the house or sell? Not rich by today's standards, but well off, comfortable. Of course, St. Judith was saying to Michael, I didn't expect him to think of me at all. You're his children, after all, and he was very kind to me after the divorce. He gave me a home. I don't think of it as payment for looking after him. I didn't expect any payment. It's just a small gesture of kindness. £5,000. Michael murmured something in reply, retreating from her fluttering presence, looking at the floor, finding himself frustratingly cornered. You won't live here, of course, said Claire to Helen in a challenging tone. You live in London now, when you're not travelling. I don't know, she replied distantly. Too early to make plans. But it's Mother's home, said Claire with an edge of aggression in her voice. She's lived here for 10 years. 10 years. Excuse me, said Helen, turning away from the icy eyes. She crossed the room to the corner where Michael was trapped, and touched Judith's arm. Where am I to sleep? She asked. My things are still in the car. Oh, I'm sorry, said Judith, dabbing her bosom with her fingers as though performing some peculiar ritual of penance. In your old room, of course. The attic room, I thought. Will it be— That's fine, said Helen. That's fine. But when she had taken her case up to the room, she came away again immediately. She wasn't ready for it yet. Even a long, drawn-out confrontation with the family, with the cousins she loathed and the brother she couldn't love, was something that could be endured, passed through, by way of delay. It wasn't too difficult, even in the quiet hours after dinner, when Judith sought the comfort of the television, all the programs she didn't like to miss. Helen remained quite calm, impassive, inviolable. Nothing that was said got through to her. All enquiries were turned away, all conversational gambits squashed. What they thought of it, she didn't care. If it made them all uncomfortable to think that this was her house now, all the better. If envy were eating them up inside, the way cancer had eaten up the old man's flesh, then let it eat away. It was no concern of hers, nor any part of her purpose, to soothe their anxieties, to try to make things right. He wouldn't have wanted that. He didn't want it. That wasn't what he wanted at all. When she finally went up to bed and switched on the light, it all slipped out of her mind and was gone. Instead, there was the room, just as it had been 10 years ago. The red-patterned carpet, the flowered wallpaper, the slanting ceiling, the neat bed with its polished wooden headboard, the posters blue-tacked to the wall, the dressing table. Even the counterpane was the same. But why not? No one had slept here for 10 years. There had never been any occasion to change anything, to buy anything new. Judith had come in to clean week by week, but had moved nothing, had disturbed nothing, had wanted nothing from this part of the house. Helen opened one of the drawers in the dressing table, unable to remember what she would see, but knowing that when she looked, the memory would come back, and she would know that nothing had been disturbed. She was right. She sighed and flipped open the case which she had abandoned on the bed, removing her clothes, her makeup, everything. She had to go downstairs to the bathroom, but it was a stair that led nowhere except to the attic room. Her own private passage to her own private life. She saw no one in the corridor below. It was not until she had undressed for bed and turned the covers back that she looked into the far corner of the room, the most shadowed corner, where there was a green chair with very short legs, a nursing chair. She stared at the chair for more than a minute, then went over and moved it to one side to expose the corner of the carpet. She lifted back the corner to reveal the varnished floorboards beneath. There was no dust. Judith's vacuum cleaner had seen to that. Helen lifted the loose floorboard and put her hand within, groping in the shadowed pit between two beams. She lifted out an old magazine, folded vertically to fit into its hiding place. Its pages, once smooth and glossy, were brittle now. It had grown old and desiccated, and the colours were mottled, like the skin on the back of the old man's withered hands. It was very old. Though the cover bore no date, it was at least 25 years out of date. It had lived in its hiding place for 23 years, undisturbed for more than 10. It was old and dead, fit only to return to some former state. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. Had they said that at the graveside? She turned the pages gingerly, looking at the pictures. Little girls looked back at her. 7-year-olds with their bums to the camera, peeping over their shoulders. 9-year-olds dressed in bizarre parody of French cabaret dancers. 12-year-olds with careless fingers toying with their crotches. 13-year-olds sucking. She looked mostly at their eyes, discoloured by the years, sometimes hollowed by darkening of the pages, sometimes softened and shadowed. But the faces were still doll-like, the poses carefully maintained. Little models, future professionals, the apples of their father's eyes. She folded the magazine, wrapped it inside the blouse which she had worn to the funeral, and put it in her case. Then she lay down, wondering what to think about in order to avoid the shabby memories of the day. She tried to empty her mind, to drift off into unconsciousness. She was on the brink of falling asleep when the rain began, drumming upon the roof. It was a sound she had not heard for 10 years, but she had known it so well that she recognized it instantly, and was quick to perceive its subtleties. The lighter tapping of the drops which struck the window-pane, the rattling of the spring-green leaves of the wych-elm which grew to the height of the eaves. She listened to the rain for some little time. Although she was awake, the sound of the rain seemed to carry her into a kind of dream, in which she seemed to be in the kitchen, standing beside the ironing board, smoothing the creases from a white sheet. Her mother, or was it Aunt Judith, was in the armchair beside the Aga, speaking about something in a matter-of-fact drone, though the words made no impression on her mind. Her own face was flushed, and she knew that someone was behind her, although she was staring at the iron and could not turn to look him in the face. She felt his hands, moving over her buttocks, moving into the cleft between her legs, the hairs on the back of the hands tickling the tops of her thighs. She tried to remain perfectly still, to give no sign to the woman in the armchair that anything was happening. But the woman in the armchair noticed nothing. She just went on talking, murmurously, meaninglessly. The dream dissolved as she forced herself wide awake. She thought for a moment that there was someone in the room. She was sweating. She was very conscious of the sweat standing on her skin, wetting her nightdress, and could not understand why. It was an experience she had had before, when overheated by too many blankets, and she remembered now that she had sometimes woken up to a fleeting moment's alarm lest the house should be on fire, and she, trapped beneath the eaves, with that private stair blocked by sheets of flame. Often, when she was a child, she had extended a hand from the bed, leaning down to touch the floor, reassuring herself that the heat was only in her and not in the room. This time, though, she remained quite still. She knew that there was no fire consuming the floorboards from below. The dream was no longer sharp in her mind, though it had not faded beyond recall. The feelings associated with the dream persisted. She was wettest of all between her legs. She could feel the sweat on her face forming into tiny droplets, and knew that her cheeks must be very red. Though that was wrong, because she always used a pale foundation and never blushed. She had opened her eyes to stare into the darkness, and the room was briefly illuminated by a distant flicker of lightning. The storm was over the hills to the west, and the thunder which followed long after was a mere groaning in the wind, though some kind of echo of it seemed to ripple inside her, ascending into her viscera like a warm wave. "I'm ill," she thought. "These are symptoms of disease." Images of an ambulance ride flickered through her mind, followed by images of herself lying awake upon an operating table, while a green-masked surgeon cut into her belly with a scalpel and slipped a rubber-gloved hand into her abdomen, searching for something inflamed, something which was radiating heat. "The telephone's downstairs," she thought. "I can't reach it. Am I going to die here?" She lay perfectly still, trying not to tempt the disturbance within her, thinking about appendicitis, wondering what it felt like when a cancer in the body first announced its presence in theatrical flourishes of mocking pain. She hoped that the lightning would not cut the night in two again. She did not think that she could bear the thunder. Her throat felt dry, and she swallowed, uncertain now whether she really felt pain, or whether it was only a dream that had bathed her in heat, in imaginary fire. She had always had such dreams, but had never burned. But she did not normally sweat like this, had never sweated like this before, had she? It was very dark outside, but the window was not curtained, and enough light came in to crowd the room with misshapen shadows, which seemed, as her eyes struggled to make sense of them, to be moving. Something seemed to be moving inside her, too, more insistent than a ripple or a wave, not sharp like the surgeon's knife, but solid. "I'm possessed," she thought. "There's something taking possession of me. A demon made of darkness." Then the lightning lit up the room again, a little more brightly this time, and she saw all at once that the attic was quite empty of any other human presence. There was no one in the room. She was still puzzling over this when the thunder came, rumbling over the far-off hills. Her legs, which had been closed tightly together, were prized apart. The sweat-sodden material of her nightdress clung briefly to the flesh of her thighs, and then rode up, exposing her crotch to the touch of cool, clean cotton. For a moment, the coolness was a welcome relief, but then the cold began to move up inside her, as the heat formerly had, like a shaft of ice sliding into her belly. She opened her mouth to cry out, but no sound came because her throat was suddenly gripped by an insistent constriction that was neither cold nor hot, but terribly tight. A weight seemed to be upon her, pressing her back into the soft mattress, and she felt that something foul and dangerous was inside her, drawing her deeper into herself, as though there was a vacuum in her heart, and she was collapsing about it, imploding. "What does it feel like," she asked herself, "when your appendix bursts? How long does it take you to die?" She was surprised that she was still so completely conscious. She seemed to be too keenly aware of everything that was around her, everything that was inside her. She was thinking too quickly. The coldness was gone now, but there was still something inside her, stirring her as if it were a liquid tide, ebbing and flowing much slower than her heartbeat. She felt that she had to get away from it if she could, and suddenly squeezed her eyes tightly shut, thinking that if only she could close herself off, the demon might be expelled, forced out, exorcised. If only she could rescind her faith in demons, she thought, she would be safe from their assaults. If only she could cease to believe. But when the lightning flashed again, she realized that her eyes were not shut at all, that she had opened them again even though she had fought so hard to shut them. The wych elm in the garden shook its emerging leaves in response to the cruel wind, yammering and chuckling, as though some idiotic night hag had perched herself beneath the lintel of the window to delight in her predicament. Helen suddenly arched her back as the thunder seized her, consuming her senses with its throaty roar, and instead of imploding about her vacuous heart, she was suddenly taut inside her skin, straining at the boundaries of her flesh. She managed to cry out at last, but it was only a tiny whimper, as meagre a sound of protest or pain as anyone could ever have imagined. The rain laughed as it pelted the window pane, but then the wind veered or died, and the wych elm slowed in the paces of its madcap dance, released by the force which had driven it. Minutes passed, languorously, painlessly. The sweat began to feel cool upon her skin. It began to go away, soaked up perhaps by the cotton sheet. She was able to turn upon her side, and knew now that she was not ill, was not dying. She knew that the visitor had gone, and left her to wait until the day she went to hell before she burned in earnest. She drew her thin knees up towards her tiny breasts, assuming a quasi-fetal huddle, comfortable in her self-enclosure. When she was completely calm again, she drifted back into that state between sleep and wakefulness, where daydreams could turn into real dreams. And at last she began to go over in her mind the events of the day. She remembered the graveside, and began to weep, very quietly and very gently. She remembered the grotesqueries of the funeral party, the bizarre reading of the will. "To my daughter Helen, the remainder of my estate, and all my love." It was her heritage, and it really did not matter in the least whether she lived in the house or in London, or whether she sold the house, or simply abandoned it to the dutiful care of St. Judith. None of that mattered, not any more. Her father had worked it all out. He had always been able to make her do whatever he wanted. Always. The author of that story, Brian Stableford, was born in Yorkshire in 1948. He has a doctorate in sociology, a subject in which he lectured at Reading University. He has always been a prolific writer, with 1 million words of fiction published by the time he was 30. Almost all of his 30 novels have been science fiction, though in recent years most of his writing has been non-fiction, and he has contributed to many reference works on SF and fantasy. He is co-author with David Langford of The Third Millennium, A History of the World 2000 to 3000 AD. In 1987, he shared the annual J. Lloyd Eaton Award for the best scholarly work on fantastic fiction, for Scientific Romance in Britain, 1890 to 1950. And in the same year, he won the Distinguished Scholarship Award of the International Association for the Fantastic in the Arts. His most recent novel is The Empire of Fear. His book on the way to write science fiction is due for publication later in 1989. Usurper by Garry Kilworth. As Franz Culper left the house for work that morning, he sensed that something was dreadfully wrong. He tried to think whether he had misplaced or forgotten to do anything. A telephone call, a letter that needed posting. Nothing came to mind. Some task left undone. No, it was more than that. The wrongness he felt was vague, yes, but it was also terribly fundamental. Something was missing from the universe. His universe. Perhaps this unnatural feeling had been with him since waking, but he only recognized it the moment he left the house. He stared up at the sky. It was a crisp, bright October day, the air before him like thin glass. The answer to what was bothering him did not lie there. Whatever it was beyond his control, and he sighed before setting off towards the tube station. Franz Culper was not a bad man. Up until now he had enjoyed a simple life with few major upheavals. He liked his wife, felt they were good companions, and tried to please her in most things. That morning, as she had kissed him goodbye, she had seemed a little distracted. In fact, her kiss had not even landed on his proffered cheek, but that was not unusual, since Franz was often moving towards the door as she was forming the bow with her lips. When he reached the entrance to the tube station, he felt inside his coat pocket for his wallet. It was empty. "Damn!" he muttered. He must have forgotten to collect the wallet from his bedside cabinet. Not a thing he did often. In fact, he could not remember ever doing such a thing before. He searched all his pockets in case he had put either money or season ticket in one of them, but found nothing. His briefcase? He looked down at his hand. He had forgotten his briefcase, too. Amazing. Well, there were two things he could do. He could go back to his house, or he could walk to work. The office was in the city centre, 2 miles away. He decided to walk. Franz Culper was a manager in a firm that imported blinds, shades, and screens from the Far East, fashioned of materials ranging from silk to rice paper. The offices were in Change Alley, close to the river. It was not the first time he had walked to work through the narrow Dockland streets. It could be a very pleasant activity on a summer's day, given that he had allowed himself time. But whereas he was used to striding out confidently, he found himself dragging his heels, sauntering past the idle wharves where the boats threw dull reflections on the murky water, and becoming easily distracted. When he reached his offices, not an old building with charm and character, but not one of those sharp-edged modern blocks with chrome and tinted windows either, it was 10 o'clock. He climbed the stone steps of the back stairs, anxious not to be seen by any of the directors, sliding his hand up the cold iron banister rail until he reached the second floor. Then he opened the fire doors to enter the corridor which ran past his room. He stood outside his closed office door. Beyond it, the light was on, and through the frosted glass panel marked "Private" in black letters, he could see the silhouette of a man sitting behind a desk. His desk. Franz felt something in his stomach. a hollow sensation that at once recalled his anxiousness on leaving the house that morning. He stared at the figure behind the glass, a hunched form that seemed to be dashing off work, papers, in a flurry of energy. He knew the man. At least he recognized shape, posture, gestures, and he was frightened. Their familiarity aroused a quiet terror within him. He watched the form for some time, unable to move closer, before looking first up at the fluorescent corridor lights, and then down, behind him. There, in its negative aspect, was the reason for his previously unidentifiable concern, the cause of his nagging apprehension. He looked up, then down again, trying to make sense of a situation which, in his experience, had no precedent. There was no mistaking what he saw, or rather, what he did not see. He had no shadow. He looked up again, slowly, the fear having a definite form now. His shadow, he now knew, was inside his office, doing the work that France should have been doing, usurping his position, taking control of his affairs. France was extremely shocked and mortally offended. He stumbled along the corridor to the washroom, turned on the cold tap and splashed his face with water. The paper towels had all been used, so he wiped himself on translucent panels of hard toilet paper, which scratched his skin. Out in the corridor again, he considered a confrontation to attempt regaining his former position, but just as his courage reached its peak, his shadow straightened behind the frosted glass, glaring back at him. The dark gaze was strong, intimidating, and France's bravery faded. There was an arrogance to the figure's stance, which suggested that any meeting would end in humiliation for France. His shadow had all the psychological advantages. It had reached the office first, had occupied the desk like a fortress, and was now waiting, pen in hand, ready to use cold contempt as a weapon. France regarded the familiar shape for a while longer, unable to understand the reason for its confidence. He read meaning into its stare, though, and what it said was, "I can do this job better than you. I am more deserving of it. You are weak, and I am strong." I could go to one of the directors, thought France, and explain. I could say that there is an impostor sitting in my chair, doing the things that are rightfully mine to do. But if his shadow were doing it better, what would the director say? It did not matter to the firm which one of them did the job so long as it was done, competently and efficiently. The shadow certainly appeared to be fulfilling the duties required of a manager. France stumbled out through the fire doors and down the back stairs. He needed time to assess the situation, to think of a plan for regaining his lost position behind the desk. He walked along the river bank, glancing behind him occasionally to see if his shadow had returned to its normal position, at his heels. There was never anything there, and finally he found a park bench in one of the public gardens, where he sat watching others go by, and of course they all had their faithful shadows. The world is not a very happy place for someone whose pride has been severely impaired. It shows indifference, a distinct lack of interest that drives the spirit of a man deeper into himself, beyond any reach. France felt a kind of hunger that had nothing to do with food. He decided to go to a pub for a drink, and perhaps to gather some courage. He retraced his steps to the office, drifting quickly past the main entrance where June, the receptionist, sat engrossed in some giveaway magazine, and to the doors of the Harvest Moon. It was just 12:30. Before entering, he glanced at the window that ran adjacent to the pavement. It was one of those misted public-house windows that have the name of the brewery arcing like a silver rainbow from one end to the other. Behind the window was a brass rail, with dulled hoops holding up a dirty red velvet half-curtain. Above and beyond this, he could see the fuzzy shapes of the patrons in the dim light of the bar, standing, talking, drinking. Phantoms. One of them was his shadow. Franz backed away from the doors, the anger rising to his throat. He choked on it. There must be something he could do. He saw his shadow turn away from its drinking companions and stare towards the window. This time the waves of contempt were full of brutality. "Come in here," his shadow was saying, "and I'll knock you to the floor. Stamp on your face. I'm amongst friends." The shadow raised its glass in a mock salute, then turned away, presenting Franz with a broad back. Its left arm came out and rested, lightly, on the shoulder of a female companion. Franz had been dismissed. He felt wretched. He saw the figure lean forward as if whispering, and then the dark form shook as laughter came rippling out of the pub doorway. There was little else to do but walk on, through the streets, staring at everything and nothing. Once a cat came out of an alley and padded over his feet as if he did not exist. Until that morning, Franz Culper had not been happy exactly, but he had been comfortable, content. He had a home, a nice wife, and a secure job. He wasn't going anywhere that he hadn't been to before, but that had been all right. There was nothing wrong with standing still. Lots of people did the same. He saw them on the tube train every morning, pale grey faces that gradually aged over the years. They lived their lives wrapped in nonentity, with little to bother them beyond small back gardens that produced a few flowers and weeds. What was wrong with that? Did this kind of lifestyle justify such victimization as he was undergoing now? What had he done, or not done, to deserve being swept aside like a pile of dust by his own shadow? It wasn't right. A shadow shouldn't achieve more charisma than its owner, should it? When darkness came, there was nothing to do but return to his house. Perhaps there he would be able to formulate some plan, some scheme for regaining his lost position in the world. He walked the stretch of the river again, unimpressed by the sheen that danced on the water, or the boatmen that cleaved through its ripples. He passed figures in rags, who sat around punctured oil drums that had flames licking through the holes. When he came to his own road, he walked through the pools cast by the street lamps until he reached his front gate. There were 2 bottles of milk on the step, which his wife had not yet taken in. He would have to speak to her about it. Standing in front of the door with its coloured glass panels, one red, one blue, together making the shape of a Norman arch, Franz reached for his key. Of course, his pockets were still empty. He lifted the doormat, hoping that she had left her key there, even though he strictly forbade it. But there, too, was a space bearing only dust. Next he tried the doorbell, but remembered, even as he was pressing it, that it needed new batteries and was not working. He yelled through the letterbox, "Hey! I'm home!" Nobody came, so he rattled the flapper loudly. There was a shadowy movement in the lighted hall behind the glass, as if the bulb were flickering prior to going dead. Someone, or something, stood in the passage for a few moments, before the light went out and blackness formed a wall beyond the door. Franz felt as if something were blocking his windpipe. He staggered back a couple of paces, almost falling over his feet. His own home! He went out into the street and stared at the bay windows of his living room, at the net curtains. There were shapes behind them. He leaned forward, over the wavy concrete wall in which the builder had embedded lumps of coke. Then the main curtains were closed and the lights went on. Through the cloth he could see 2 figures moving backwards and forwards, as if carrying items either in or out of the room. Then there was the dancing light of the television screen. Franz watched and watched, the despair growing in his breast. He ran up to the door and hammered on it with his fist, without hope. Nobody came to answer. The bushes whipped his thighs as he ran back out into the street, just in time to see the living-room lights go out. Then the little pink bedroom lamps with their soft, rosy glow came on. He saw the two shapes behind the curtains, and the intimacy of the scene shocked him deeply. The pair came together, briefly blurring into one black velvet image for a few moments. Had they merely crossed, or were they— That was his wife up there! "Not right," he whispered. "Not right." Nevertheless, he stayed and watched. Finally, the lights went out in his house, and there was a stillness within. Shortly afterwards, when the moon came up over the rooftops, he saw his wife come to the window and look down on him through the glass. She had an expression on her face which appeared to be a mixture of sadness and triumph, and he leaned forward, his face upward, as she puckered her lips and blew him a silent, fleeting kiss, before the curtain fell back again and she was gone from his sight. Franz groaned inwardly. There was only one place left to go, one place which might give him the help he needed. He realized now that direct confrontation with his shadow was not the answer. He needed to build his own spirit to match that of his usurper, bring it up from the depths of himself and put new strength into it. His very soul was the place where he would find the power to conquer this pretender. A physical battle would not answer. A combat of wills was required. He walked quickly to the nearest church, found a way in, and spent the night trying to fortify his spirit with the atmosphere of the chapel. The old grey stones and ancient wooden pews, however, remained impartial. They withheld their mysterious forces, keeping their secrets to themselves. The embossed altar-cloth, the candlesticks, the stained-glass windows, none of these had anything to say to Franz. When morning came, he realized it was all hopeless. He had let his spirit fall too far within himself, beyond recovery. Why should his wife help him, when he had estranged her with petty trivialities and a lack of warmth and passion? Why should the church help him, when he only called upon it at the last moment? He climbed the spiral stone staircase, past the arrow loops with the narrow rectangles of light, to the top of the church tower. He walked to the edge and climbed into a crenelle on the parapet. The ground stretched itself a long way below him. Shadows were growing tall across the land. All it took was a jump. He felt bitter that he had been let down, and he wanted them all to suffer, especially his shadow. At that moment, he knew he could win. Of course, it meant sacrificing himself, but he had intended to do that anyway. He had climbed the tower to commit suicide, but he suddenly realized he could take his shadow, his wife's lover, the trespasser, with him to the grave. This cuckoo that had thrown him from his soft, warm nest could not survive without him. I'm the object that casts him. I'm the it that gives him shape and movement. Franz Culper leaned forward. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of his enemy, hurrying swiftly across the land like the shadow of a cloud blown by the wind. Too late, thought Franz. You're too late. As he somersaulted through the air, the figure below stretched out its arms to catch him, but he passed through them. He landed on his back, his arms and legs splayed in the shape of a star. He felt nothing on impact but an exhalation of air, all the breath in his body. Lying there, unable to move, he saw the dark shape come to him with the sun behind it. It stood at his feet, looking down on him, and though it was a silhouette in the blinding light of the morning sun, the features hidden, Franz knew it was not unsympathetic to his position. He tried to speak, but no sound passed his lips. He felt thin, wasted. Then the vertical figure turned on its heels, and as it did so, the two pairs of feet became entangled. Franz was caught on the soles of the other's shoes. The usurper walked off, briskly, down the flint path towards the lich gate, dragging Franz Culper behind it. Franz's dark, flat form rippled over the uneven cobbles, through the damp mosses, almost drowning as he was pulled through the black shade of the old church tower. The writer of that story, Garry Kilworth, began writing fantastic fiction in the early 1970s, when he won the Gollancz Sunday Times SF short story competition. Since then, he has had published 50 short stories and 9 novels, including Witchwater Country and Cloud Rock, and a collection of stories entitled The Songbirds of Pain. He says that he writes his short fiction with his heart, and his novels with his head. Shortlisted for literary awards 5 times, he has yet to take first place. Much of his fiction uses exotic backgrounds garnered from his travels around the globe as an Air Force brat, and later as an airman and an employee of a telecommunications firm. When 12 years old, he was lost with another boy in the southwest Arabian desert for 3 days, and he used the experience as background for his 1987 novel, Spiral Winds. His forthcoming books are Abbandonati, an epic fable, and In the Hollow of the Deep Sea Wave, a general fiction novel, and 7 stories. Lifeline by Stephen Gallagher. I stood by the phone booth while Ryan made his call, watching the Camden town traffic, and only occasionally glancing his way to see how he was getting along. He was standing with the phone to one ear and a finger stuck in the other, and he was almost having to shout to make himself heard. Ryan, being intense, always looked like a schoolboy getting excited over a packet of stamps. Hardly surprising, I should think, that way, because this was almost how long I'd known him. We'd met at art college and hung around a lot together over the years since. Too many years, I was beginning to feel, and probably too much hanging around as well. Even the best traffic can lose its fascination pretty quickly, so then I turned to look through one of the broken side windows of the booth. There were day-glow stickers all over the back wall behind the phone, each the size of an envelope label, and all offering personal services that were either improper, immoral, illegal, or physically improbable. Some were printed, but all the phone numbers were handwritten. Ryan must have landed either a really bad line or a really thick tele-ad girl, because he was having to repeat his entire message with painful slowness. "Suitable for spares," he was saying. "No M.O.T." And then he faltered and came over with such a look of utter blankness that I could only assume that she'd asked him how to spell it. I love those stickers. Big busty blonde, and Madame de Paris, and shy schoolgirl needing correction. All the professional ladies that I've ever seen have reminded me of somebody's grandmother, except for the away days, who come in by train from the provinces and do the hotels and then go back to their unsuspecting husbands, and they've always reminded me of prim little typists on an outing. And not that I've ever made a study of the subject, you understand. I read on. Horny black bitch. Randy Mandy. Venus in chains. You dial the number, you make your assignation, you dream Jane Fonda, you meet somebody who looks like a tortoise in a fright wig, and they bring their own handcuffs. Nutcracker. See Niagara Falls. TV, rubber, PVC, leather. Bondage. Fantasy CP. Uniforms, Dom. And there, almost hidden from sight under the directory shelf, Lifeline. I may have wondered what it meant, briefly. I know that it barely stayed in my memory at the time. Ryan came out, looking slightly punchy, and he gave me back some change. As we turned towards the parkway, I said, "Just explain something to me." "Name it," he said. "You just placed an ad with your phone number in it, which kind of suggests that you still got a phone. So why drag me out here and sting me for the price of a call?" "Simple," Ryan said, and he took a deep breath of road air, as if he'd just been set loose in the country somewhere. Parkway lorries rumbled on by like a dinosaur herd. "If I miss a meal here and a meal there, I can just about afford the rental. So have the phone taken out and eat more often." He gave me a look which seemed to suggest that all the patience in the world wouldn't be enough to lead me to the obvious. "I couldn't do that," he said. "Belinda might call." I wanted to say something. Honestly, I did. But I couldn't. We ended up about half an hour later in a poky little cafe somewhere around the back of St. Pancras Station, one of those hole-in-the-wall places where everybody crams in shoulder to shoulder, and the old pair in the tiny space behind the counter shuffle around on bad feet after years of standing. The tea was lousy and the place had all the charm of a pissoir, but it was cheap. I said, "I'll stand you a sandwich," which, under the circumstances, should have been about as welcome as a death threat, but Ryan brightened. I guessed that he probably hadn't eaten at all that day, blown all his gyro on riotous living, no doubt. "You're a saint," he said. "Don't believe it. I'll be around to collect when the car gets sold." "You're still a saint, but don't hold your breath." We got the corner table and settled ourselves in. I didn't really expect ever to be paid back. Ryan's car, his last and only asset, stood on 4 flats in a borrowed garage, and had a family of cats living in its engine compartment. Ryan himself wasn't in very much better shape. At least I made the effort to pick up some undeclared income whenever I could, but ever since Belinda had gone away, Ryan's life had been steadily falling apart, like a wreck trying to roll home unaided from the demolition derby. Don't get me wrong, Belinda was no picture, at least not to anybody's eyes other than Ryan's, but he missed her with a grief that was almost more than his underfed and undersized body could hold. She'd been plain, and a little too heavy for a woman so young. In fact, they'd been an odd-looking pair altogether. But somehow they'd found each other and been as devoted as a couple of dogs home strays after a Monday morning rescue. Their breakup had been sudden and dramatic. I didn't know what was behind it, but Ryan had told me that it was over nothing, and I could well believe it. They'd been in so deep that they were as touchy and insecure as 15-year-olds. Now Belinda was gone, and Ryan was going hungry to keep on paying his phone rental on the off chance she'd call. The food came, and he went at it like a stoker. I said, "You won't be seeing me around much for the next few weeks. I've picked up a job." "Doing what?" "Exhibition work." "Design?" "Nah, just putting up and taking down. Calls for a pair of hands, a back, and no brain. Nothing you'd want to put in the CV, but it's cash in hand and no questions asked." He gave a faint, faraway smile and said, "Couldn't put in a word for me if the chance comes up, could you?" "I will if I can," I said. "But you know how it is." Yeah, I think we both knew how it was. Later, when we'd worn out our welcome and taken ourselves out onto the street before we could be ejected there, we walked along for a while and talked about the old days again, and finally reached the midpoint where there was nothing to do other than split up and go our separate ways. Ryan said, "Well, I'd better get back. See if there's anything new on the answering machine. You've got an answering machine as well. Office surplus. Dirt cheap, but it works. What do you want it for? You never go anywhere. Not often, but now when I do, I'll be covered if Belinda calls. I couldn't let this go by. Not twice in one day. I said, Belinda's dead, Ryan. But again, he smiled a little, as if mine was a common ignorance that he just about learned to put up with, and he gave me a brief wave as he backed off and then turned in the direction of home. I didn't get to see him for a while after that. Every morning I was down in Soho before 8, waiting for the van that would pick me up and take me out to Olympia, and every night I'd be dropped off in the same area, sometime after 6, and often later. I was mostly working with strangers, raising frames and rigging lights and laying cable ready for some kind of a home computer show. It wasn't exactly skilled work, but it wasn't tough, and it was all indoors. I think it was on a Thursday evening that I hopped down out of the van, just as someone familiar was coming out of a Wardour Street newsagent's, with a sports bag slung over his shoulder and a copy of The Stage in his hand. I said, "Hey, Lyle, what's new?" and stepped through the usual pile of trash and cardboard boxes to reach the usable part of the pavement. We walked on more or less together, although the pavement was narrow and there was a lot of dodging around involved. Lyle scowled and said, "I'm wearing roller skates to serve hamburgers, and I'm telling people with salad in their teeth to have a nice day. Life's fucking wonderful. What's new with you?" So I told him about the job and then said, "Seen Ryan around the house?" "Seen him? I'm halfway to strangling him." "For what?" "He's right above me. His boards creak, he never sleeps. When he isn't walking the floor, he's on the phone." "But he told me he never uses the phone." "Well, then, he's talking to himself. I'd say he was on something if I didn't know how broke he was." We headed up towards the lights of Oxford Street, a little faster than the taxis that were jammed nose to tail in the roadway alongside us. Lyle was a dancer, and probably regarded waiting on tables with the same kind of feeling that I had for my own efforts with a staple gun. I said, "Perhaps he isn't broke. I know he was selling his car." "Yeah, was," Lyle said. "The day the ad came out, someone called him and fixed up to see it. When he got to the garage, they'd already been and gone, and the car with them. Now he's got no car and a bill for a busted door, and he's more broke than ever." Walking home across town, I started to wonder. I wondered how Ryan might have taken this on top of everything else. I wondered if I ought to overcome my growing reluctance and make the effort to seek him out and try to raise his spirits yet again. But mostly I wondered how they'd managed to get the damn car started. At the weekend, I got a call. The nurse from across the landing came and knocked on my door, and I hurried down to the payphone in the hallway. "It's me," Ryan said. "Astonishing," I said. "I've been trying to call you since yesterday." "I've been working." "Still? Anyway, I need your help." I leaned against the wall, suddenly feeling somewhat weary. "Go on," I said. "I'm listening." "Can you come over?" "It's my day off. I'm really whacked." "Please," he wheedled, and Ryan, wheedling, is a terrible sound to have echoing in your guilty dreams, so in the end I said, "Give me half an hour." It was actually an hour before I got there, because I was damned if I was just going to come running. I'd helped Ryan through just about every one of his life's crises in the last 10 years, from his lousy diploma marks to the day that Belinda's unrecognisable body had come home in a welded coffin. I don't know exactly what it was between us. I didn't even always like him that much. But he could be so hopeless in so many ways. Some people can square themselves and walk away from someone like that. But I've never been one of them. Lousy luck, I know, but there it is. His flat had never been much to look at. Now there was even less of it. I didn't ask straight out, but I was pretty sure that he must have been selling off pieces of the landlord's furniture to raise a few scrapings of cash. As he ushered me in, I saw a big empty room with just a sofa bed, a table, and a couple of kitchen chairs. A belling cooker and a sink were half hidden behind a curtain in the corner alcove. His hi-fi and his portable TV had gone along the same route as his cameras many months before. Now the phone and the LinkedIn answering machine stood alone on the table. Alone, that is, apart from a buff-coloured window envelope that couldn't be anything other than a bill. "It's this," he said, and he picked the bill up and held it out. He looked thinner than he'd been, and red-eyed as if he hadn't been sleeping much. "What am I supposed to do with it?" "Open it for me, please." This was it. Ryan had broken into my weekend, not merely out of friendship or because he missed seeing me around, but because neither he nor any other soul in North London had the requisite skill for the opening of an envelope with the telecom overprinting. Well, naturally I was flattered. "Fuck off, Ryan," I said, and threw it back at him. He fumbled and then caught it and said, "Please, I know it sounds stupid, but I can't bring myself to open it." "Couldn't you ask Lyle? At least he's only downstairs." "He'd think I was an idiot." "I think you're an idiot." "I know, but you're different." In the end, I had to do it, or we'd have carried on like this for the rest of the afternoon. I ripped the envelope open, threw out the junk that they always put in along with the bill, and folded out the main paper and read it aloud. I said, "You've got basic rental, you've got 2 engineers' test calls, you've got VAT. I scanned it over again just to be sure. And that appears to be it. Ryan looked blank. He looked like a man who just surprised himself and shit a billiard ball. He reached for the bill, took it from me, and studied it hard. I said, "What were you expecting?" "Pull up a chair," he said, "and I'll tell you." Anybody taking a look in through the window from the top deck of a passing bus would have seen first a smeary layer of grime, and then beyond that, the 2 of us, sitting head-to-head across the table like a couple of chess players in a championship. As he talked, Ryan kept pushing a hand through his thinning hair. Belinda used to cut it for him once. I don't think scissors had been near it since. "You remember how it was the last time we met? That was the day I placed the ad." I remembered. "Well, I hit a low patch after that. Not just because of what happened with the car, but because of that and everything else. I didn't want to call you because I didn't want to be a pain in the arse. You're the best friend I've got, and I think I was starting to wear out my welcome. I mooched around for a few days, but I couldn't get it together. I'd heard about Lifeline, but I didn't want to risk using the phone. And then I thought, what the hell? If it's either that or a rope over the rafters, let's give him a try." Who?" "Lifeline. You never heard of it?" "I've heard the name, I just don't know what it is. It's kind of, well, I don't know how you describe it. You call a number, and there's an operator who puts you into a conversation with about half a dozen other people." "Yeah," I said. "You're talking about a chat line. They got banned, didn't they?" "Not banned. I mean, they can't be banned or it wouldn't be there. They must have to go for a lower profile now, that's all. And Lifeline isn't like the others. It isn't listed and they don't advertise. They say it's only for the right kind of people, and you wouldn't believe it, but somehow they find their way in." I really didn't know what to say. What, exactly, were the right kind of people? If Ryan was anything to go by, I wouldn't have cared to meet a bunch of them all together in the back room of a pub. Now, don't get me wrong, Ryan was a friend, but one of him was enough for anybody. And now I had to hand it to him, because when he decided to fall, he certainly went the distance. The big problem with the chat lines had always been that it was too easy to be seduced into forgetting that there was a meter running, and it ran at premium rates calculated by the minute. Kids were calling when their parents were out. Office phones would start ringing up the charges when the afternoons got slack. And cost wasn't the only problem. There was supposed to be monitoring, but people still managed to talk dirty and make dates. Paedophiles would hook into the teenage lines and sit listening and jerking off to the sound of girl talk. Ryan said, "It's not what you'd expect." So, what gets talked about? Life, dreams, things you want to be instead of what you are. I can't explain it to you. It's a rip-off, Ryan. I know it is. I can't help it. How deep are you in? This deep, he said, and he got up from the table and went over to the sofa bed. He came back with a box that I recognised as the one in which he'd always kept his music collection. And still did, I suppose, from the rattle of cassette cases as he dumped it on the table between us. But then I took a closer look and realised that most of the titles on the liner inserts had been crossed out, and a recent date and time penciled into the space around the edges. I looked up at him. I could hardly believe it. There was hours of stuff here. You taped over all of these? Most of them, he said. Exactly how long had he been hooked into the line with his answering machine turning, feeding it with fresh cassettes as the disembodied party rolled on through the ether? And what could possibly have been so gripping that he'd want a record of it anyway? I said, "Have you considered a cocaine habit? It would work out cheaper." "I know. Why do you think I was too scared to look at a bill?" "It'll catch up with you. If not now, then with the next one." "I know. You'll have to jack it in." He sat down again. "I can't." "Now listen," I said. "Think about it for a minute. You didn't drag me all the way over here just to open an envelope. You called because you knew you needed to hear some sense, and this is it. You're a lonely person, Ryan, but you're also broke. You run a phone you can't afford because you think a dead woman's going to call, and now you're into serious debt because of conversations with a bunch of nobodies telling lies about themselves, and you don't even know their real names." He nodded, as if none of this was news. "Right, on every count, except for one." "So, you'll stop?" "I can't." "Why not, for Christ's sake?" "Because I heard Belinda on the line." I sat back in the chair. I closed my eyes. "Oh, fuck," I said. When I opened my eyes again, Ryan was still there. He was leaning forward, and his own eyes were two bright little beads, like a rabbit's. "I know what you're thinking," he said, "and you're wrong. You think I wiped my entire Led Zeppelin collection for a bunch of dickheads droning on about how inadequate they are? She's the reason I had to keep phoning. You don't get into the same group every time. It's random and you can't rig it. I heard her once. I had to keep going back." "You heard somebody like her. There is nobody like her. Don't anybody ever try to tell me that I don't know her voice, and she knew mine, I'm sure of it. She's out there, and she's lonely too, and I know she's trying to get back in touch." "So why doesn't she call you direct?" "I don't know. Maybe she can't. Maybe she's even scarier than I am. It's impossible to tell." I was stuck for an answer. "I don't know what I can say to you." Ryan broke into a kind of sheepish, lopsided grin. How about, could you use a loan? Sounds like I might as well dig a deep hole and throw money into that. If it's any help to know it, I seem to be on some kind of suspension. Last night I said the wrong thing and the operator came in faster than a lighted fart. I tried again, but they wouldn't take the call. He started to pick out certain of the cassettes, and I felt my heart sink as he said, "Do something for me. Listen to some of these, and then come back and tell me if I'm fooling myself. And if I do, you still won't believe me." "It won't happen," he said, with utter conviction. And what could I do? I took the tapes. There were only about half a dozen of them, each marked with an asterisk that had distinguished it from the others in the box. At least I was getting the action highlights and not the entire festival programme. All the same, I wasn't much looking forward to it, any more than I'd look forward to being in a locked room with a doorstep evangelist. I tried the first as soon as I got home, and it was very much along the lines of, "Hey, you all right?" "Yeah, I'm all right." "What's new?" "Nothing much. What's new with you?" And so on, until the participants either got bored, or they bored each other, or else they ran foul of the ban on names or personal details and were pulled without ceremony, voices dwindling rapidly as if they were being yanked off into the night. But this in itself seemed to work as a process of selection. It was slow-going, but gradually a tone and a sense of theme began to emerge. Most of the time I wasn't paying too much attention to what was being said. I got on with other things while keeping an ear cocked for a voice that might sound enough like Belinda's to have fooled Ryan, given that he was so raw on the subject that he'd be wide open to any suggestion. Ryan wasn't stupid. Show him Belinda's dead body, and even his belief would have to falter. The problem lay in the manner of her disappearance, and the way that her family had handled it afterwards, leaving Ryan on the outside and with a desperate confidence in her survival that was fueled by his own dismay. Nobody had heard from her for several weeks after the break-up, and the police had only been able to come up with one doubtful sighting on a train out to the coast. Nearly 2 months had gone by when a badly decomposed body washed up onto a beach in Holland. The effects of the long immersion had been compounded by the attentions of various kinds of marine life, and at least one encounter with a boat propeller. Belinda's older brother went out to identify the little that was identifiable. There was a Dutch post-mortem, and the sealed box that he brought home with him went straight into the ground. Ryan was told to stay away. She was pregnant when she died. That was the rumour, anyway. I think I was spraying roach poison around under the carpet for the 3rd time that week, when I heard a voice that made the hairs on the back of my neck start to prickle. I stopped what I was doing. It couldn't be Belinda, of course, but it did sound so much like her. I set down the spray can and went across the room and stopped the machine, and then I rewound the tape about a minute's worth before sitting and listening to it again. I turned the volume up loud. Ryan wasn't speaking, but I could almost feel the tension of him gripping the phone and listening. I forget exactly what she said. It was nothing much in itself, and she didn't speak again until some time later, when one of the others mentioned the fact that the sun was rising, and there was a general agreement for everyone to ring off. There was a silence, and then I nearly got all the wax blown out of my ears by a burst of unerased Bowie before I could hit the off switch. I put in the next tape. Again, Ryan didn't seem to be talking on this one, just listening. She came up again, but again only briefly. She had the sound of someone who was trying out the water. A gruesomely apposite image, I suppose, but there it was. I put in another. Someone was saying, "I remember the worst thing I ever saw. I was 14. I was at school and we were having a biology lesson. The teacher brought out this frog. It must have been dead, but I'm not really sure. He did something to it, I didn't quite see what, but then he just pulled, and the whole thing turned inside out like a glove. He did it like it was his party piece. Everybody shrieked, and some people laughed. I still get nightmares about it. I settled back to listen for as long as it would take. Someone said, I had a dream once. I was walking towards this car. I knew there was a bomb inside it, but I still couldn't help walking. When I was about 10 feet away, the bomb went off. The whole world went white, and I could feel this hot wind washing over me, and I knew that it was taking my skin away and that I was going to die. The Belinda voice spoke. That must have been terrible, she said. It was the most beautiful thing I ever saw in my life, the storyteller said simply. There was silence for a while. Nobody seemed ready to jump into the breach. I don't know how many were in this circle at this stage, but it was another of those conversations with a late night, before dawn feel to it. I glanced at the dates on the stack of cassette cases and realized that this was the last one in the sequence. After a few moments' hesitation, the Belinda voice came again. She said, My dream happens on a cliff. I'm standing on the edge and I'm looking out to sea, and it's night, and all I can see are these distant lights somewhere out across the water. I keep thinking they're the lights of home, and all I have to do is take one step out and I'll be there. One step. All it takes is the nerve to do it. And then I heard Ryan say, And do you? Did she falter there? Did she recognize him as he believed he'd recognized her? She said, What? In the dream, do you take the step? I can never remember. I looked at the turning reels. There was about 20 minutes left to go. I let it run. Neither Ryan nor the woman spoke again. And then when somebody mentioned the hour and people started to say their anonymous goodbyes, I reached for the switch. But I didn't press it. Of the two voices that I was most interested in, neither had joined in. About a minute passed before I heard Ryan say, Is anyone else still there? There was a pause. Then, I'm still here, she said. I've got a confession to make. I was waiting for the others to go. So was I. The sun's coming up. Is it? I can't see it from here. Another pause, and then, Belinda, why don't you call me? She started to answer. But by God, they were quick on the button. She'd barely drawn breath, and then the line was suddenly dead. But she'd started to answer, and I'd have sworn she was saying his name. They offered me Manchester. What it meant was the use of the van, expenses in cash, find my own lodgings, and 3 days resetting the same exhibition under the high glass arch of the GMEX Centre in the middle of town. They asked me if I could find another pair of hands, and I half-heartedly phoned Ryan to let him know. But his line was engaged, and by that afternoon they'd already found someone else. I called around to return his tapes when I was on my way home to pack. He looked worse. He'd never looked good, but he looked worse. The room was stuffy, as if all the air in it had been used and then used again, and Ryan himself had that raw-eyed, burned-up look that you see in anorexics and junkies in withdrawal. The place itself was as Spartan as before. "You heard her, didn't you?" he said, even before I was through the doorway. "You know I'm not wrong." "It sounded a lot like her," I conceded, and Ryan smiled and shook his head as he closed the door behind me. The implication was that I was the one clinging to the irrational belief, not him. And to be completely honest, that was the way that it was beginning to feel. He told me that he'd been unable to get reconnected. He'd been trying almost constantly, but couldn't get through. Not even on a different phone. But even this failure couldn't diminish the fierce elation that was bearing him along. "It's simple enough," he said. "They found some body and they stuck her name on it, and I couldn't really know. It was like they'd rather have her dead than to carry on not knowing. And if you want something like that badly enough, you'll convince yourself of anything." He offered to make me coffee. I cast an eye towards the roach motel of crockery that he'd piled up alongside the overfull sink, and made some excuse. He barely noticed. He said, "I've got something that most people want and not everybody gets. A second chance. I'm not going to blow it this time." Either he was mad, or I was, or else there was actually something in it. I said, "How do you plan to make it work? You don't know where she is, they won't take your calls, and if they do, they'll cut you off the moment you try to make contact." "I've been thinking about that," he said. So, that same evening, when I was already supposed to be about halfway up the motorway with a van load of display boards and bunting, I was actually cruising the West End with Ryan in the passenger seat, checking out every phone booth and stand-up kiosk that we could find. The load shifted in the back whenever we took a corner, and I was doing mental calculations of how fine I could cut it and still be at my destination for the start of the next working day. I'd already intended to stop off somewhere along the way and grab a few hours' sleep in a lay-by, and this was the margin that I would be having to shave. There can't have been many that we missed. We did the back alleys between the main Soho streets, the ornate kiosks in Chinatown, a slow roll past of the bright lights and the big crowds in front of the Palace Theatre, and then, when we'd covered them all, we went round again. I was sweating, a little. What if somebody recognised the van? But then I thought, what can they do? Fire me? Since in the eyes of the law they'd never officially taken me on, I suppose they'd find that kind of difficult. It got later. The theatres filled, the discos began to open. As we nosed through the stop-start of the fun crowd traffic, Ryan told me of how he'd first begun to search. "I started with the Yellow Pages," he said, "but there was nothing listed. Then I checked the regular phone book, but that was the same. The enquiries operator had never heard of them, and the commercial desk in the library couldn't find them in any register. So I called the engineers to see if they could trace it through the number, but they tried to tell me that the exchange was an old one." "What, you mean out of use?" "Yeah, for 10 years or more." "So how do the calls get through?" "That's what they couldn't tell me. They seemed to think I was winding them up. I even rang the accounts department and queried the bill, but they still got nothing showing anywhere. If this doesn't work tonight, I don't know what will." By 11, I was starting to check my watch and wondering how I could let him down gently. We were just coming around the end of Denmark Street, which was pretty well dead at this hour and used mostly by people cutting through, when he said, "There's one!" so loudly that I stepped on the brake without even thinking, and nearly got the front end of a taxi through my rear doors as a result. The taxi driver sounded his horn as Ryan threw back the door and leapt out, and then as soon as I could, I cut out of the traffic and got the van half up onto the pavement in front of a music shop with electric guitars behind thick wire mesh. By the time I caught up with Ryan a couple of minutes later, he was well into conversation with somebody. The somebody was a youngish man in a stained old suede jacket, with big eyes and a fuzz of beard, and a skin so pale that he looked as if he rarely saw daylight. The two of them were by the phones in the shadow of the big old church at the end of the road, lit by the warm yellow light from inside the old-style booths. The youngish man carried a shoulder bag like a delivery boy's. As I got near, I could see that the bag was crammed with sheets of Dayglow stickers. Well, there went another illusion. I'd naively supposed that all of this was simply some kind of X-rated version of the classified ads, small-time enterprise in a wide-open market, and I felt strangely let down to see that it was organised enough to have piece workers walking the streets and keeping one step ahead of the clean-up squads. The man glanced at me as I approached, and Ryan turned. There was a certain look of triumph in his eyes. "He says he can take me to them." "Who?" "The people who run Lifeline." I looked at the youth. He looked at me. There didn't seem to be much to him, as if a life on the margins had faded him to a shadow of a person. I wondered what he saw. Maybe the same, only older. He sat in the van and didn't say much, just enough to send me back up towards that home territory where the West End gave way to one big railway terminus after another, acres of brick and rail and the grime of the steam age. I was expecting Ryan to be pestering him with questions, but no. I finally turned into a long street of empty houses, windows boarded and roofs mostly open to the night sky, and we came to a halt under what appeared to be the last working street lamp. We all got out. There was broken glass underfoot. Nobody else was around. I could hear a train passing on the far side of the row, and could imagine how, in times past, people's lives would have moved to the rhythm of that basement-level thunder. Now there was just this oasis of light, and beyond it, the darkness. "I don't like this," I told Ryan in a low voice. "Don't worry," he said. "What if it's a setup?" "To achieve what? I'm wearing a Timex watch and I'm carrying the price of a newspaper. I've got absolutely nothing to lose." He wouldn't let me go with him, and I suppose I didn't push as hard as I might. He showed no sign of nerves and seemed completely at ease. If it had been anyone other than Ryan, I'd have called it serenity. He was going to Belinda, and nothing else in the world mattered. The two of them crossed the street, Ryan following the wraith of a boy, and I watched as they went into one of the houses. I waited and watched for a while longer, but nothing more seemed to happen. And then when I checked and saw that it was after midnight, I got back into the van and drove away. I was in Manchester by dawn and dead on my feet by lunchtime, but somehow I managed to make it through. I'd had a word with Lyle, and he'd put me onto some theatrical digs out in Didsbury. And after checking in, I went looking for a takeaway, and then returned to my room with a newspaper that I'd scrounged from the residence lounge. I stretched out on the bed and scanned the headlines, fairly sure that I was going to fall asleep in my clothes, and too exhausted to get up again and do anything about it. The item on page 4 was a surefire cure for drowsiness. I sat up and read it twice. 3 times. With repetition, it slowly began to sink in. I picked up the receiver on the bedside table, but it was only a house phone, and nobody picked up at the other end. So then I went down to the payphone on the ground floor and tried Ryan's number. I got his answering machine, tried to think of something to say, and then gave up. So then I went back and read the item again. "London man's bizarre rail death," I read. Just after midnight, the driver of a local train out of King's Cross had looked ahead out of his windshield to see a man planted squarely in the middle of the track, facing the train lights and leaning forward as if braced for impact. I could picture it in my mind, a shabby Superman and a speeding locomotive, only here was a scenario that was set to change from heroics to horror in the space of a panel. The driver had hit the brakes, but he didn't have the distance. According to the report, the last thing that he'd seen was the man kind of grinning with his eyes tightly shut, his hair whipped up by the onrushing wind, and then had come the inevitable impact. I could imagine it. Didn't much want to, but could hardly help it. That flat, shit-thrown-at-a-wall sound. A spray of muck up the windscreen that the wipers wouldn't clear, smearing it around and maybe jamming on it as the train finally came to a halt on well-greased wheels about half a mile down the line. The paper only said that the driver was in deep shock and under sedation. Passengers had glimpsed a youth running from the scene, but he hadn't been traced. No name was given, but I didn't doubt that it was Ryan, any more than I doubted that it had happened on the stretch of track behind those empty houses. I had another cruel thought that I couldn't help. I wondered if they'd pick up the pieces and find his Timex still ticking. I wondered if I should phone in and identify him, but I didn't. They'd have some way of finding out. But whatever wheels there were turned slowly, because when I got back into town and went over to Ryan's place, I found it empty and unvisited, the air stale, and only one message on the answering machine, my own. I wiped it. Then I looked at the pad alongside and saw a number and a name. The name was mine. The number wasn't. So I picked up the phone and dialed. In under a minute, I found myself on Lifeline. I didn't say anything, just listened. Doesn't anybody remember it? Someone must remember it. God, it was the best thing on television. It was everything to me. One day I'll go back. I've promised myself I will. The only problem is that the longer I leave it, the more scared I am of what I'll find. I've learned only one thing. Everything you love, you lose. Everything. And then I had a dream once. I was standing on a railway line, and a train was coming towards me. I just had to stand there as its lights got bigger and bigger. I could hear brakes, but they made no difference. It came up so fast that it filled the world from one side to the other. There was a voice in the room. It was unexpected, but it was mine. I said, "That must have been terrible." There was the faintest of echoes, as if I'd been calling down a well, and then I heard, "It was the most beautiful thing I ever saw in my life." I said quickly, "Ryan, where are you?" But I was cut off before I got an answer. I quickly pressed the cradle and then dialed again. But nothing happened. The line was dead. The author, Stephen Gallagher, was born in 1954. After working in television, he became a full-time freelance writer in 1980. His early novels were science fiction, although his last 4 novels, Chimera, Follower, Valley of Lights, and October, have established him as one of Britain's foremost horror writers. His short stories have appeared in a number of magazines and anthologies. His work for radio and television includes scripts for Doctor Who and a forthcoming 4-hour screen adaptation of Chimera. A feature film based on Valley of Lights is currently in production from Gallagher's own screenplay. His most recent novel is Down River. Charley, by A.L. Barker. We have never had children. I have not wanted them, and so far as I am aware, neither has my wife. I once saw her handling a large doll in a toy shop. She showed amusement and expertise. I think she was amused by some reaction in herself, a retroaction perhaps. Child's play is a rehearsal, preparation for adult life. Our marriage began in the usual way. 2 discreet strangers presuming that they can be conjoined for life. Presumption indeed. I do not pretend to understand people. My wife has leanings, longings, and capacities I know nothing of, and there are sides to my own nature which I prefer to be unapprised of. But over the years we have established a viable relationship. Once we realized we were neither sweethearts nor lovers, we could drop the pretense and live comfortably together. Until an ill-natured and random chance intervened. We were motoring in the West Country. The month was June. I have known better days in November. It was cold and wet. The wipers could scarce keep pace with the moisture that constantly formed on the windscreen. Adele, my wife, expressed a wish to drive across Bodmin Moor. We could see little more than grey mist, and occasionally a sheep in the road. I was not in the best of tempers, and Adele, who is naturally apprehensive, was blaming me for indulging her whim. It is the sort of situation which adds to the debit side of experience, and might well have been avoided. Suddenly, an object which was not a sheep, nor anything which might be anticipated on the moor, appeared within our restricted range of vision. It looked like a stray balloon, and I had no time for speculation, being occupied with the car, which was picking up speed down an unseen gradient. I braked and changed gear. A second glance informed me that the balloon was inscribed with the rudiments of a face. I realized now how unformed, and in every sense ready to conform to any shape, the features were. My wife uttered a cry. So did I. One of those appeals to the deity which one makes as a last resort. Straying sheep are a natural hazard, balloons unnatural. Pedestrians, though natural, are required by law and social conscience to be avoided. I was undecided as to whether this manifestation was human or human artifact. It passed out of my sight into the mist, and I would have been happy to drive on and forget it. Adele turned to look through the rear window. "We can't leave her." "Leave who?" "A girl. She wants a lift." "You know I don't encourage that sort of thing." "It's not any sort of thing on Bodmin Moor in weather like this. It's an appeal for help." "In weather like this it is inadvisable to stop on the road. Visibility is less than 5 yards. "Don't fuss." My wife was herself fussing, winding down the window, leaning out and waving. Like most nervous people, she is obstinate. The girl, or whatever it was we had stopped for, I did wonder, materialized, and I continued to wonder. She was not immediately definable as human. The permeating drizzle and the vaporous air would have metamorphosed anyone exposed to it for more than a few moments, and this unfortunate had obviously been exposed to it for hours. She was not equipped for the moor, even in clement weather. So far as I could judge, she wore a robe of unenlivened cheesecloth, caught up by a string around her neck and hanging to her ankles. Her hair was long, the colour of wet straw. Her features were a blur. Indeed, she was blurred from head to foot. I indicated to her to approach the car. She remained standing on the crown of the road, a canvas holdall in her arms. I observed the letters TWA on it. Trans World Airlines, a vague enough provenance. It was scarcely my affair if she was run down, as she had every prospect of being, but my wife called to her, "Oh, do get in." "Do you think that's wise?" "We can't leave her." "Why not?" "It would be inhuman." I reminded her that we had passed and left several hitchhikers without her levelling that charge. "You can't leave this one." She does not habitually speak to me in such a peremptory tone. The next thing I knew, the girl was in the car. She fitted herself into a space between our suitcases and my books. I glanced at her in the driving mirror. I can remember what her face has been since, not what it was then. Adele asked where she was heading, but I did not hear her reply. I don't think she made one. We drove across the moor to Bodmin. There I stopped. I told the girl she would find it easier to get a lift from the town. "Geoffrey," my wife rarely calls me by name, "we are stopping here for lunch." I opened the rear door of the car. "I trust you'll have a successful journey." "She's wet through. She'll catch a death waiting about in this weather." Adele occasionally has recourse to homely phrases. I have always supposed them to be ironic. The girl spoke for the first time. "Can't I wait in the car?" "We have to lock the car." lock me in and leave the window open, like you do a dog. You are not a dog, I said. She scrambled out, hung her travel bag over her shoulder, and walked away. No thank you, no goodbye, no backward glance, just wet marks on my books. Adele was preoccupied during lunch. She displayed no interest in the food, which was good, nor our surroundings, which were pleasant, nor our route, of which I wished to apprise her. "Are you thinking about that wretched girl?" "Wretched," she repeated in agreement, and gave me a curiously disrupted look. "She'll be all right. Her sort always is." "What sort is she?" "An opportunist." How fundamentally right I was, and yet no purpose was served. One cannot arm against chance. I decided to take the B road beyond Grampound. I wished to cross by the ferry, and had that simple pleasure in mind as I headed for Tregony. The last time we had crossed the Fal, it was in brilliant sunshine. I was recalling a green cleft between bowers of trees, the river deep in shadow, the homely plugging of the ferryboat, choosing to ignore the fact that on this occasion everything would be veiled in mist, and I could expect to see very little. My heart was set on the trip. This fanciful streak of mine is as inconsistent as Adele's secret proclivities. I mention it in order to be fair. The ferry was crowded with Chinamen wearing transparent shower coats. They were some sort of business convention and talked all the way across, creating a clangour like tuneless bells. Their presence changed the river to a muddy canal in Bung Ho province, with the rice fields and refineries of the People's Republic lurking behind the mist. My pleasure was spoiled. It was with this sense of spoliation, and no surprise, that I saw the girl. She was among the foot passengers, her face upturned as if she couldn't get enough of the rain. Adele, beside me in the car, had also seen her. "I suppose she hitched a ride with the yellow gentleman," I said. "They are courteous, especially to women." "She's only a child." "The Chinese are fond of children." The King Harry crossing is short. One scarcely has time between banks to adjust to the fact that one has ceased to be a moving force and become a movable object. Adele craned forward, trying to see through the rain on the windscreen. "We have the advantage," I said, "of not being here to amuse ourselves." I was in the West Country to work. We were on our way to rented accommodation, and how long we stayed would depend on the progress of my research. The ferry arrived, and the cars began to drive off. While we waited our turn, I looked round for the hitchhiker. She was standing in the moving crowd, her face now downturned and the back of her neck extended to the rain. I told myself, thus do the larger quadrupeds wait, with stupidity and endurance. I failed to take animal cunning into account, but it would not have helped if I had. Our turn came to disembark. As we drove off the ferry, Adele said, "Please stop." She was opening the car door even as she spoke. "Wait for me at the top of the hill." I had no option but to brake, to the annoyance of the following driver, who vigorously sounded his klaxon. Adele got out. I drove on. I parked near the gate to Trellissick Gardens, and sat waiting in some vexation. The moment, though not the situation, was oddly familiar, as if I had allowed for it but been unable to provide. Adele brought the girl to the car. "She is wet through, and in a state of shock." "Shock?" "She has had a very unpleasant experience. She got a lift from Bodmin, and in the car she was brutally assaulted." Her dress was torn, her face and neck bruised. It was true that the cheesecloth thing was ripped almost in two. Adele cupped the girl's chin in her hand to show me the bruises. She's too frightened to seek another lift. I can't believe it of the Chinaman. Women, said the girl. I beg your pardon? It was women did it. Adele looked at me. She has an innocence which is a kind of carapace. I said, anyone who chooses her mode of travel must expect disagreeable repercussions. We can't leave her. Why should she trust us? It is significant that we spoke of this girl and not to her. She was never personalized. She knows she can. Adele opened the rear door of the car. The girl needed no bidding. She got into the car, wedging herself between suitcases and books. I fancied they were still damp from her previous occupation. I leaned over to remove Penwadine's genealogy, an excellent copy. I visualized her dripping on and staining the binding. "You must be very uncomfortable," said Adele, "sitting in those wet clothes. There's a rug somewhere. Oh dear, I'm afraid it's under our suitcases." The girl put restraining arms about herself. "I'm okay, really." There was a whine in her voice. "Have you come far?" "London. I got a ride to Exeter on a refrigerated meat truck. It was cold." I asked, had she ridden with the meat? "I could feel it behind me. They said it was frozen so hard they could kill me with a leg of lamb. They were okay, though. They gave me some of their coffee. They said they'd put a sheep's eye in it." "Do your parents know where you are?" "When they see my school bag's gone, they'll know." "School bag?" She pointed to the hold-all. "TWA, Thames Water Authority." Adele asked how old she was. "Going on 14. Adele twisted round in her seat. "You mean you're only 13 years old?" I, too, should have liked to have faced her. With everything else she would be a perverter of fact, and my impression was that she was older, but Adele was more shocked than sceptical. When we stopped in Truro to take on groceries, I said, "Our ways now diverge. You will wish to stay on the road to Penzance." "I'm not going to Penzance." I'd never seen a face with such space in it, but I knew it for the emptiness of availability, not innocence. "I went to Dawlish to see my granny, and she was dead." "Dead?" "Only just. She wasn't even buried." There was an element of censure in her tone. "So where are you going now?" "I don't know." "Home?" suggested Adele. "I'm never going back there." "Why not?" "I don't want to talk about that sort of thing." "May we know what sort of thing it is?" I said. "Where I live, the woman, she's not my mother, only step. She takes in lodgers. Men. That's how she makes her living. Know what I mean?" I had asked the question, but she addressed herself to Adele. It vexed me that while Adele grew pink, the girl retained a high-stomached pallor. "She tells me everything." "Have you no relatives?" "Only my granny that snuffed it." She spoke with dignity. One could not take exception, and Adele seemed to take it as a rebuke. Followed the business of her name. Adele said, "Is it short for Charlotte?" "It's not short, it's all there is." She was not to know that it has been applied as a vulgarism for a woman's breasts and sexual organs. It has had a variety of meanings, has been taken to refer to the small pointed beard as worn by Charles I, to describe a state of fear and apprehension, a credulous fool, and, conversely, deriving from charlatan, a deceiver, mountebank and country quack, selling the same cure-all for every ailment. However she had acquired it, the name suits her. I need not detail the fallacious reasoning and special pleading which resulted in her accompanying us to our journey's end. Suffice it to say that my wife engineered it. I began to fear that she suffered from a latent or repressed maternal instinct. "The child is cold and wet and has nowhere to go. She must stay with us tonight." I am a private man. Adele has always respected my privacy. I believed she would continue to do so. The trust of years is not soon broken. "Very well, just for tonight." It seemed a harmless whim, but it wrought a drastic change in my serene and discriminating companion. She is staid by nature, and supposing that her discomposure was due to a temporary imbalance, I was prepared to make allowances. I now know that the lapse is of longer duration and deeper significance. I can never depend on her again. The house we rent at Clyst Major is intended for holidaymakers who remain indoors only to sleep or to escape the rain. The furniture derives from a Scandinavian phase, slabular wood and tweed, aggressively functional and sparse. There are no carpets. There are cotton tuft mats on polished boards, a brass urn full of pine cones standing on the hearth. There are 3 bedrooms, the largest of which I use as my workroom. It is the only one with pacing space. I walk miles whilst working. We have stayed here on previous occasions, it being adjacent to the source of my current researches into the life and letters of Parson Delamore, a contemporary of Browning, and, in my opinion, the better poet. Clyst Major had been Delamore's living. The present incumbent gives me carte blanche to examine the written records which exist and make what copies I need. Some photography is involved because Delamore, like Montaigne, cut his maxims into the beams of his house. He tried to allay his mortal dread with graffiti of a scurrilo-religious nature, writ large on the attic ceilings. One must hope the maidservants slept elsewhere. The amenities, or lack of them, in our rented accommodation do not inconvenience me. I am sufficiently absorbed in my work to be indifferent to creature discomforts. When I am not at the parsonage, I write in the large bedroom, at the dressing-table, with the mirror turned backwards. Occasionally I lie down to read, but the bed is useful chiefly as a receptacle for my books and meal trays. Adele had not previously complained, except to say that she missed her eye-level grill on the cooker. But no sooner had we let ourselves into the house than she declared it damp and comfortless. "The child must have a hot bath and dry clothes." The child had been quick to follow us out of the car. She waited on the threshold, steaming slightly. Being young and warm-blooded, it would be a purely physical reaction, but it seemed to emphasize her plight. "Where are your shoes?" I asked her. "I lost 'em running away." "We must light a fire," said Adele. "What do you suggest we make it with?" "Those pine cones for a start." "They are not for burning." She gave me an unfriendly look and hustled the girl upstairs. I carried in our luggage, then took my books, camera, and tape recorder up to the front bedroom. Adele came in as I was piling my books on the bed. "Don't do that. We shall be sleeping here." "We always sleep in the back bedroom." "She must have it tonight." "There's the room over the porch she can have." "No one could sleep on that bed. It's made of sacking and bean poles. I had looked forward to a pleasant evening. After supper I proposed to arrange my books and papers and reassess the format of my research, what I hoped and purposed to find. I never waste time and energy on aspects which do not contribute to my central thesis. It would take more than a chill in the air to deflect me from my task, but I found myself obliged to fetch logs from the woodshed and pass a squalid half-hour trying to create fire on the cold hearth. While I huffed and puffed and succeeded only in blowing out the flame, the girl came and stood behind me. I was aware of her as a prevalence. It had been noticeable in the car. I did not welcome it then, nor did I now. My granny uses furs to get her fire going. I have no furs. I could fetch you some. I looked round. She was wearing Adele's dressing gown, which was woefully large for her. My wife would not be pleased if you were to go out and get wet again. I could take this off. She flapped her arms. The sleeves, which had been pushed up to her elbows, fell over her hands and dragged the gown off her shoulders. Naked to the waist, she was demonstrably not a child, except perhaps for the purposes of criminal law. I averted my eyes. That will not be necessary. My wife is concerned for your comfort, and I for hers. With unsteady hands, I piled the logs on the hearth, and more by luck than skill, managed to persuade some thin yellow flames to fasten on the wood. The girl had her notion of best behaviour. During supper, she studied us as we ate, and employed her knife and fork with such finesse it would have been comic had one known what the comedy was. After the meal, I was disinclined to move. In the hearth, where there had been cold soot, logs and pine cones, were caves of liquid heat. They constantly dissolved, yet their depths remained. It was like watching a thought process, one's own or another's, operating over and over again without reaching conclusion. I sat listening to the chime of ash, the small roar as resin burned in a knot of wood. I was relaxed, lulled in the belief that life would soon resume its proper tenor. The girl said, I don't go much on the country. It makes you think. About what? Well, after they pulled down the cinema at the end of our road, grass and bushes grew all over where it used to be. Makes you wonder what happened. As neither Adele nor I ventured a rejoinder, she added, with a touch of patronage, to what was there before. Adele said, We're not here on holiday. My husband is doing research. What do you suppose was here? I said. And before what? Geoffrey, are you saying the countryside is waste ground? Building lots? The girl blinked. You a scientist? Are you into nukes? I am interested in nuclear fission only as the blueprint for Armageddon. The girl looked at Adele, and something passed between them. It was an act of exclusion. From that moment I was excluded. It's time you were in bed. You must be tired. Adele was tender but firm. The girl stood up, holding the dressing-gown bunched to her throat in the classic underprivileged attitude. Is it dark upstairs? This house may be on waste ground, I said, but it is connected to a central electricity circuit. She passed her tongue over her lips, as if contemplating a fearsome feat. Adele said, Come, I'll take you up and see you into bed. I sat on, watching the thought processes in the fire. They were indubitably my own, being demonstrated by some elemental means more private and exclusive than any technological device. The notion was fanciful, and my business is with fact. I expect to reach conclusions. Conclusions are expected of me. I kicked the logs. They fell apart amid flights of sparks. By the time Adele returned, the ash was ceasing to glow. She carried the girl's dress over her arm. "This thing she's wearing is thoroughly impractical." "It is certainly unbecoming." "It doesn't keep out the cold or the wet. It doesn't clothe her. All she has in her bag is a cup and plate, a candle, a nightdress case, but no nightdress, strings of beads, a woolly animal, and a tin of pineapple chunks. She says it's all she has in the world. I asked why hadn't she brought some more clothes. She said she'd never been away before and didn't know how to pack." Adele held up the dress. "Isn't this what used to be called a moo-moo? When I was her age, the petal hemline was the thing. We thought we looked like flowers. We tried to look like something." "I believe the philosophy of nihilism is attractive to adolescents. They do not understand it, but they profess it, even in their dress." "She has nothing else to wear." "How does that concern you?" She gazed at me. I hoped she was giving it thought. I believed she had not yet done so, had acted on impulse, a deviation from the norm. I understand that such lapses occur in women of a certain age due to hormone deficiency. They suffer emotional vagaries and radical changes in their behaviour patterns. I hoped that, upon the mature consideration which I gave her credit for, Adele would recognise the situation for what it was. "Nothing," she said. She dropped the dress over a chair. I couldn't decide whether she was referring to my question or condemning the garment. Next morning I rose early and went to the room to which my literary impedimenta had been consigned. My books were piled on the bed. It is, as Adele said, a makeshift affair. The rest of the furniture consists of a chair, a wash-hand stand with ewer and bowl, a cupboard, and a wretched little shelf of lurid paperbacks. I saw that I should need to make shifts to work there. Fortunately, it would not be necessary. I should be returning to my usual place when the girl vacated it after breakfast. I concentrated on getting my books into sequence and playing a tape on my cassette recorder. I had made a recording, illegal, I admit, of a professional reading of some of Delamore's early poems. As I listened, his presence reached out to me. I would not wish him for a friend. His tastes are remote from mine. Some of them I find essentially distasteful, but he has become a familiar. He contributes to my moods, and I have learned to interpret his. It is given to us to know the dead, but not the living. Adele came to summon me to breakfast. She stood listening, as I thought, to the last words of Delamore's Missa Solemnis. I said, "A somewhat overreached, hysterical piece, written when he was God-loving, but lacked the saving grace of fear." She turned and went downstairs. I followed her to the kitchen. A place was laid at the table. She set before me a boiled egg, bread and butter, toast and marmalade, and a pot of tea. I sat down and took the top off the egg, which was, as usual, perfectly done. Adele stood drinking her tea. That, too, was usual. She does not take breakfast, and in the mornings is too conscious of unmade beds and undusted rooms to sit down. "Are we alone again?" I said cheerfully. The parson had me in a good temper. "Will you please keep the volume of your recorder down? The sound of poetry being declaimed is most distressing when one has a headache." My dear, I'm sorry. I'll use the earphones. That would be considerate. Is there something I can get you? Aspirin? Why don't you lie down? There's nothing that can't wait. I am going into the town. She needs a febrifuge. I think she's running a temperature. That girl? She's still here? Soaked to the skin and chilled to the bone, do you wonder she's caught her death of cold? A cold in the head is worth 2 in the bush. What do you mean? I mean that under pretence of being unwell, she secures board and lodging at our expense. I hate it when you talk like that. My dear girl, I am going into town to get Beecham's powders and Linctus. She has a shattering cough. She must leave today. She cannot go until she has some clothes to wear. I intend to buy her something warm and sensible. And shoes. Adele has never been a pretty woman. Her somatic type is common in Mediterranean countries. Pronounced cheekbones, deep-set eyes, a strong, wide-hipped frame structured for work, and, it had not hitherto occurred to me, procreation. I said, "Of course I can't stop you." I was thinking that I could certainly do something about the girl. She's sleeping. Try not to disturb her. Adele went, and I breakfasted without haste, but with no sense of leisure. I was anticipating the encounter. I dislike emotional excitation, particularly the sort most women indulge in. Had Adele resembled most women in that respect, I should not have married her. On the other hand, with a degree of excitation on my part, I could have ordered the girl out of the house, forcibly ejected her if need be. But my anger was evaporating. The stillness and the quietude, emphasized by the stealthy stirring of a great yew outside the window, promised a conducive working atmosphere, of which I was unable to take advantage. I went upstairs, passing the room occupied by the girl. There was a prurient element about the fact of her being in bed. Recalling Horace, as Delamore would have done, I felt that although I was no god to intervene, I was not finding the knot worthy of the untire. My books were waiting for me. I stood looking at them, trying to retrieve a spark of anger out of the frustration at being unable to get to work. Furor arma ministrat. Rage supplies arms. Instead, I found myself conscious of the fact that some purely fortuitous event, such as sickness or preemptive publication, could annul all my labours. It is a familiar fear, an intimation of mortality which chills me to the bone. Then I became aware of something else, the prevalence of the girl. She had parcelled herself in a patchwork quilt. I had already remarked the opacity of her hair. Parted in the middle and drawn down each side of her face, it gave her a medieval air which the stiff drapery of the quilt completed. "So," I said, "you are still here?" "Adele said I was to stay because I've got a cold." "My diagnosis would be simple calculation. I must ask you to leave." "Now?" "I do not encourage improvidence." "I've got a headache." "That, I fancy, is the extent of your provision." "Why don't you like me?" She was being the little tragedy queen, and I might have pitied her, together with all young creatures who cannot get simple answers to their questions. "She likes me." "My wife and I are not always of one mind, but our principles are the same." I swear I saw her decide not to take my meaning, to leave it lying, as it were, between us. She lowered her eyes and curled the toes of her bare feet into the rug. "Get dressed."
"I've nowhere to go."
"Go home. Your parents will be looking for you."
"I haven't got parents. I've only got a stepmother. She's training me to go into the business."
"Indeed."
"If you want to make money, you have to specialise. Some things cost more. You got to know what to do and how to do it."
I smiled, amused by her use of the general pronoun.
"It's not funny. It's horrible."
She showed genuine emotion. It was loathing, and it was directed at me. It occurred to me that she had spun this tissue of lies to obscure and defend some grain of truth. I wondered if she had chosen the story as specially suited to Adele and myself, or if it was her invariable modus operandi. Either way, the choice of theme was instructive, if I wished to be instructed. "By the law of nature, we each have 2 parents. What of your father?"
"He went away before I was born."
"To provide you with a stepmother required his active participation." She gave that thought, frowning with narrowed eyes as if judging a distance, which no doubt she was.
"She isn't my real stepmother. My mother died and she took me in. I've never had anyone real."
There is no view from the window of this room. One looks either into the branches of the yew or down at the patch of ground designated parking space. The tyre marks of our car were visible in the mud. Rain was falling again and could be seen as a busying among the leaves. "Go now. I have work to do."
"Where can I go?"
"If you're destitute, I suggest the police. They will find you temporary shelter. The Salvation Army runs hostels for the homeless." I considered it was all that was necessary from me, within reason. The bounds were not difficult to perceive. Adele must surely see how she had strayed beyond them. But the girl then did an expected thing, for which I was not prepared. She lay down on the bed among my books, and I was alarmed. The patchwork quilt fell open, revealing her haunches, and I was appalled. She put one foot on Selwyn's Dialogues of Country Vicars, and idly rocked her knee to and fro. On the patella was a childish pink scab.
"Why don't you like me?" She smiled, tender and teasing. "You're an old fraud, aren't you?"
Coming from her, it was insupportable. I could not support it. I felt myself crumbling at the source.
"I'll bet you haven't read all these books."
The motion of her knee was mesmeric. "I am determined that you shall go. If you won't dress yourself, I shall have no compunction about putting you out of the house as you are."
"Read to me."
She took up a book from the bed and thrust it at me. I took it. It could not save me, but it helped. I held it before my eyes, between my eyes and her knee.
"Go on, read it."
"Certainly not."
"You've got a nice voice. I like hearing you talk."
She was conning me, or is the word codding?
"Read out loud."
The book was a collection of Delamore's shorter verse. I opened it at random, hoping to gather my wits, to survive the moment. The lines on the page have been culled from memorabilia. They are less poem than cri de coeur. "Child, you wrecked me griefs ago in a bright hour, in Bell's noon. This toy shall never again put out. This toy struck on a laugh between here and the archipelago men call honour." I was not conscious of speaking the lines. I think the parson spoke them for me.
"Who wrote it?" A man who loved children. What's it mean?
The poet sees himself as a toy boat which is founded on the rocks of his mortal sin.
She yawned. What sin's that?
I might have said punishable by spiritual death. To a genuine audience I could have said a shiten shepherd and a clean sheep. A genuine audience would perceive that Delamore's love was more than pastoral. I said, the poet's meaning is contained in the words. It must be looked for, privately discerned, and inwardly digested. It cannot be demonstrated. But no words could contain the meaning of her knee. It was all too demonstrable. That idle, derisive motion annulled me. And the parson, and his poetry. And Adele, parking our car under the yew tree. The girl is still with us. Strangers assume she is our child. They say they can see Adele in her. Sometimes they say she has my manner. Cool, they say. Poised. And I hear myself. She mimics me. Friends, people who have known us, assume we have adopted her. To Adele, she is a daughter. Only Delamore's God knows what she is to me. Yesterday she said, "What will you do after I've gone?" We were alone. She meant to shatter me. I have always known she will go when it suits her. I still have something, not pride, I can never have that again, something black and harder than iron. I refuse to let her see me in pieces. I bow my head over my books. It is how I sit nowadays, staring at empty words for hours on end. I said, "What we always did, I suppose." I cannot remember what that was. The author, A.L. Barker, had a short story published at the age of 9 and was paid 5 shillings for it. Her first book, Innocence, published in 1947, was a collection of dark fantasies, long before the term was coined. It won the first ever Somerset Maugham Award. As a spare-time writer, she has had 7 collections of stories and 8 general fiction novels published. Over the years, she has been a frequent contributor to ghost and horror anthologies. Her novel, John Brown's Body, was shortlisted for the Booker Prize in 1969. She has received an Atlantic Award in Literature, a Cheltenham Festival of Literature Award, a Southeast Arts Creative Book Award, and a Macmillan Silver Pen Award, the last for The Goose Boy, her most recent novel. Candle Lies by R.M. Lamming. I have just been given the Simpson account. I don't know why. Anyway, I don't intend to make a mess of it, so I have had to pull myself together. I can, too. Charm, enthusiasm, seriousness. I can still use all the old weaponry if I make an effort. And my nerves are steadying. The other day I even took the Simpson woman to lunch at Giorgio's, down in that cellar with a candle on the table, as we sipped our Perrier and planned the big Simpson poster campaign. Giorgio came up to me, full of cries of welcome for the prodigal. It was months since I had been there. Come to that, it was months since I had been in any restaurant like it. I have been keeping to brash places, with hard lights and white walls. But the risk paid off all right. The candle winked and flitted, and I took posters, until the Simpson woman relaxed, and in the end she became quite maudlin. She told me that she wants to buy a cottage in the country. "I will, too," she said, gazing at me. "Just as soon as the profits go up, I really will." I agreed that she would. No doubt. Then, as we left, she said, "To be honest, David, I didn't like the food, but this place certainly has character. and I knew that my lacklustre poster ideas had just got her go-ahead. Giorgio's place doesn't have character. On the other hand, what it does have at any time of the day is candlelight. And candlelight can enhance even the most banal communications. Everyone knows that. They know it, so they forget it. Just as they know but forget that dimmer light switches, shaded lamps, and so on, are really only effective insofar as they remind us of what should be there in their place. Candles, naturally. The gentlest of illuminators, as humble as doorknobs, so simple that they seem to have formed by themselves. Arch liars. Oh yes, I know about candles. I used to think they just flicker away haphazardly, creating a sort of pleasant blur between what we have in life and what we would have liked. A little gloss. Valuable if I had to interest a dull client in some poor work. Nothing more than that. But since then, I have learnt better. When we set them burning, candles sometimes tune into our wishes with an accuracy that would defy the skills of a psychiatrist. And no other source of light is so dishonest. Take a shaded lamp, for instance, trying to do the job of candles. What can the light from that do? I suppose it mutes our boredom a fraction. Maybe it can also gauze over one or two undesirables, such as the stains on the walls and the worst of our own coarsenesses. But candles, they can achieve consummate lies. Sometimes. Thank God they don't succeed too often. Mostly they are held in check. Some arcane restraint keeps them wavering on the verge of complete dishonesty, which is what we want. We want the verge. We may think we hope for more. We may think we want the full lie, whatever it is, but we don't. Believe me. Elizabeth. She had that much of her mother about her, the small exaction of tribute in her insistence on the full name. Never Liz. Elizabeth was wholesome. She had the plain, round face and hazel eyes of some country girl who might have been painted by a gentleman in the 19th century, treading barefoot through the buttercups, a yoke of milk pails across her shoulders, the ribbons of her foamy white cap flowing down to her bosom. Such was Elizabeth. Jammed into this slot of the urban 20th century, she looked baffled and misplaced. She was, and behaved accordingly. She served lentil soup and wholemeal bread. She wore peasant skirts and boots. She knocked things over. There never seemed to be enough space. She forgot to switch off the iron and the cooker. She turned ice-pale with fright when she went to buy her plane ticket. Not to put too fine a point on it, Elizabeth was a child. And to add to her discomfort, she was an aging child, so that by the time she and I met up, what might once have been attractively naive in her had come to seem only ridiculous. I never had any problem understanding why her husband had walked out. As for me, why Elizabeth? Well, at first the question was rather, why not? I was stuck in one of those colourless patches of life, when even acute irritation is better than nothing. And to tell the truth, for a while I enjoyed her. It fascinated me, the knack she had for wrecking things. If she took a paperback off my shelves, she would handle it with exaggerated care, but somehow she would always manage to spill her coffee over it, or something like that. And if she asked me around for a quiet supper, as she often did, "Just you and me, love," I knew I could safely bet on a crowded evening. A whole series of phone calls would interrupt the beans and lentils, as her distraught friends rang up about some outrage or other, and all they said and felt had done would be faithfully relayed to me. And all the advice she had given them would have to be analysed and fretted over until the evening hung around us like a lemon skin, sucked dry. Involuntary spoiler tricks. She was full of them. But apart from those, there was a much subtler trick in Elizabeth, a very rare one, which I can best describe by saying that her face possessed its own store of candle power. It could glow sometimes, not necessarily when you might have thought it would, and when that happened, far away inside her face, a siren hint of beauty formed. A breath-stopping beauty, I always suspected, if only one could come at it. And that was what kept me there. Once I had become thoroughly disenchanted with the rest of her. I stayed because of that trick. And her willingness between the sheets. I suppose I stayed for that as well. So you see how it was. We had a relationship that was really a postponed ending, at least on my side. Elizabeth was all sincerity. She was for deep talks about our childhood and teenage traumas, and my sons were of great interest to her. Why didn't I have them to stay more often? She so much wanted to meet them. And would I go down with her one weekend to visit her mother? I felt I already had a sort of acquaintance with her mother. Powdered and smiling, the work of half a century, she watched our proceedings in Elizabeth's bed from the height of the chest of drawers. In another photograph, she presented a copy of Elizabeth's own face, only thinner, very solemn, and topped with a prim, clipped hairdo. That one hung, silver-rimmed, in the alcove above the telephone. She looked a strong, cold personage, like a stone, I thought. And Elizabeth's tales seemed to confirm that impression. I was forever hearing about Elizabeth's father, who had found no escape except through cancer at 50, and how her mother had forbidden him to smoke, how she had scolded him for his loud guffaws over the morning paper, and for his big appetite, how she had vetoed his cronies. I agreed to go. I was the lover being shown off, I realized, but it didn't matter. We couldn't last much longer in any case. Those were the reasons I gave myself, but the truth is, I was curious. Why did Elizabeth, who so clearly doted on the memory of her father, keep photographs of the persecuting mother at key points around her flat? It had to be power, I decided. She must be truly formidable, this mother. How else could she have kept Elizabeth building little shrines to her despite a natural preference for the other parent? It might be interesting to meet her. It might also salve my conscience, giving Elizabeth this weekend. She would have it to look back on. And then, lurking beneath these thoughts, I had a vague idea that I would be repaying some debt to Elizabeth if I took the trouble to meet the strong member of her family. I mean, precisely because she herself was so infuriatingly awkward and helpless. We drove down the motorway one Saturday afternoon, and as we went, I asked questions, sizing up the sprung trap of the weekend. "So, how old's your mother now?" 67. She'll be 68 in December. "Does she have any help in the house?" "No. She's not decrepit, you know. Anyway, she likes housework." "Will there be anyone else there?" "Shouldn't think so." 67. I heard it said, but my mind continued to insist on a face in Elizabeth's flat. Either that young prim one above the telephone, or, more realistically, the face on the chest of drawers in the bedroom. A smiling, groomed smoothness, comfortably situated somewhere outside youth, but not within the grasp of age. That was an almost blank face, come to think of it. There seemed no possibility in it of any further change. And yet it shriveled like a leaf when the door opened. Old. And so pleasant. That was another shock. Kissing Elizabeth, welcoming me, calling out to the yapping dog. Elizabeth had never mentioned the dog, or if she had, I had forgotten. So utterly ordinary. At once I felt cheated. Don't expect me to defend my caddish attitudes, or whatever you want to call them. I have no defence, and at the time it wouldn't have occurred to me that I needed one. I looked at Elizabeth's mother, and I could see the chit-chat and country walks, the sherry and neat, well-balanced meals that were in store, not to mention the separate sleeping arrangements for Elizabeth and me, and I came to a bitter standstill in the hall. No one noticed. Elizabeth went on with her mother into the sitting room, loudly complaining about traffic and motorways. I thought of leaving. Then Elizabeth was back.
"David," she said brightly, "come on. Come in."
So at home. So relaxed in her mother's house. So safe. At that moment I realized how dull most of life's mysteries turn out to be. Why was Elizabeth in bondage to her mother? Because here, and only here, in this polite little house on the outskirts of a market town, life was as tame as she wanted it to be. Here, the 20th century could be trusted to wear an apron at certain times of day and serve up sherry at 6. The dishwasher wouldn't leak, and dishes would be washed and put away without breakages. Her mother's power was no more than that. Efficient ordinariness. I could have wept. We were served tea in the polished sitting-room, and the dog sniffed around my ankles, and Elizabeth obligingly drew my attention to a photograph on the television.
"That's Dad," she said.
It was, in fact, a wedding photograph. I smiled at the stunned, upright man and his extremely plain bride. Then we all went out for a walk,
"to work up an appetite for supper,"
as the mother said. Of course, what counts in all this, what I am coming to, is candlelight. Without that, there would have been no complications. I suppose the weekend would have passed off, full of tedious good sense and trivial comforts, to release me in the end, worn out by banalities, but in excellent shape otherwise. And having done my duty, I might have found it in myself to make a quick getaway from Elizabeth. But that evening on the supper table, there were 2 yellow candles. They were not Elizabeth's idea, and I need hardly add that they were not mine.
"I don't have visitors very often," said the mother, striking a match. "But we always used to eat by candlelight when we gave dinner parties. Turn out the lights, will you, Elizabeth?"
I sat stiffly behind my plate. The casserole steamed, the sprouts steamed, the pristine knives and forks glinted. I was stifling. Elizabeth's mother had actually changed into a dress for this repast, and there was a smell of face powder and perfume mingling with whatever lay in the rich gravy. Dumbly I watched as the grey-haired woman lit the candles and the mouse-haired woman switched the lights out. Then the grey-haired woman turned to me, smiling.
"Please, help yourself, David."
And I couldn't move. It was like the wavering of a lamp that is far away, but coming towards you. When I try, and I do, to describe this to friends, they never make the effort to imagine it properly. Crassly, they think of a switch being thrown or a veil lifting. I know they do, because I see the derision in their eyes, even while they make the right, "Ah, so," noises. Gently it came. At first uncertainly, then coaxed by the candlelight, steadily, rising through her. And another misconception my friends have. I know they scoff behind my back at the notion that her wrinkles could disappear, but I've never claimed that they disappeared. They simply became irrelevant. A proud and enormous beauty rose through them, one which had no right to be there. I had seen no trace of it in her photographs. A watchful and mocking beauty, shrewd-eyed, and, for want of a better way of putting it, somehow structured out of silence. Was it sensual, people ask. I suppose it was. And just her face, they ask. What about the rest of her? But questions like that only show they don't begin to understand how powerful just a face can be. I tried not to stare at her. Round the edge of each piece of the dinner service was an intricate, flowery pattern. I tried to study that, like a code breaker. But how could I not stare? There, in the mother, was the full arrival of what was barely hinted at in Elizabeth. And when I looked up, her eyes shone at me, and it was as though they asked,
Isn't this what you came to find?" I couldn't say a word. Meanwhile, Elizabeth interpreted my lack of interest in the casserole and sprouts as a sudden outbreak of diffidence, and she piled up food in front of me and poured out wine and talked, above all talked, about her applications for a new job and so on. News for her mother. In other words, she behaved exactly as though this woman who sat between us at the head of the table was the creature of a couple of minutes before, when the candles had not yet been lit and the chintz lampshades poured down their brightness on us. She couldn't have been more blind to what I was seeing. She beamed contentedly across the candles. She was apparently rather touched, if bewildered, to find me so abruptly tongue-tied and hesitant. She chatted encouragingly about how we had done this and how we had done that, hadn't we, David, appealing to me to tick her little notes on the films we had seen, and support her thinking about the coffee table that she might buy from Heels. It was talk to draw me in. I sensed in it not a whiff of jealousy. Her mother, on the other hand, was quiet. So quiet. Only once, when Elizabeth asked about the garden, did she offer more than a sentence. And then, while she spoke about pruned rose trees and the need to cut the lawn, I sensed a warring in that perfectly ordinary voice of hers, as though beneath her respect for schedules and everything in its place, something more generous struggled, that might have broken through if Elizabeth hadn't changed the subject. For the rest, there were some remarks about keeping dogs in London, a standard opinion, so pettily expressed that it startled me. And as she spoke, her beauty smiled a challenge. "Words," it seemed to say. "What are they? Only words." "Messing up the parks," she said, "so that you daren't walk on the grass any more." Slowly she raised her glass, and although I couldn't say whether her hands were beautiful, when I think of that movement now, she seems to bestow privilege on her glass by holding it. Not that this sort of detail is trustworthy. I want to claim only what I am sure I felt. And memory is mental candlelight. I know that. You see, I don't claim much. Only that, once the candles were lit, I, but not Elizabeth, sat at that table with an exceptionally beautiful woman. After the casserole, when she got up and went to the door, leaving Elizabeth to follow with the plates, I stayed where I was. Light from the hall flooded in, and I refused to look after her. I sat staring straight ahead at the curtains, and didn't turn my eyes until the sweet dishes had been set on the table and the door was safely shut again. I dreaded the prospect of seeing her transformed back into what electric light showed her for. And here again, some of my friends choose to conjure up a ludicrous scenario. They picture me sitting there with the cold leftover sprouts, say, declaring to the curtains, "That's it, the candlelight, that's the secret." Of course I knew it was the candlelight, but I didn't grasp the knowledge as a discrete fact. I was adrift in it. It was a haze of understanding and excitement, disbelief and guilt, and distaste. A 67-year-old woman. I was sweating. My heart was thumping. I felt abashed and resentful, wasn't I? Of Elizabeth's endless gossip, her appropriating we, and all these things were signs of desire, or something very like it, for the mother. Did she know how she looked in candlelight? She must know, I told myself. Why else would such a prosaic, economic woman bother with candles? So, what she was doing was calculated. She was monstrously vain. She made a habit of distracting her daughter's men. Everything I felt began to turn to anger, and it didn't make the slightest difference that at the same time my head was protesting, "You must be so bored you've gone mad, getting worked up like this." I was worked up. She was truly formidable after all, this woman, even if Elizabeth couldn't see it. What about the husband? Surely he had noticed, the poor bastard. Maybe as a young man he had loved someone else. Then, one night, at a candle-lit dinner party. But at this point, the strawberry fool was brought in, and before we had finished eating, the creature who sat at the head of the table had persuaded me not to make hasty judgments. "How can you be so certain?" her eyes asked. "Before you accuse an old woman of knowing anything about this, shouldn't you at least wait until you see her again? Her, not me. Wait for the electric light." That was fair, I thought. And suddenly it came. The dog pushing open the door, the hall light rushing in at us, the flicker of the instantly anemic candles, and, just as instantaneous, a terrible shrink-back in the woman, her wrinkles deepening as she laughed. "Patch! Patch! Out!" "He knows he can't come in," she told me, dabbing at her thin lips with her serviette. I saw her lipstick smudge. Then into her eyes crept a trite disapproval as she observed how I had scrunched my own serviette into a ball. She stood up. "Elizabeth, why don't you and David go and put some music on? I'll bring the coffee." We obeyed. We obeyed. But when it came, I let the coffee go cold. Stretched out in one of the armchairs, I pretended to be absorbed in Mozart, and I suppose I was as boorish as I must have seemed overpolite at the supper table. I contributed nothing to the conversation. I couldn't have. My eyes were half closed, but I was utterly devoted to watching. Where was that ruthless need for my attention that I had dreamed up in the dining room? Now, sitting straight-backed by her coffee things, Elizabeth's mother ignored me. Or rather, she radiated pained tolerance of the graceless male. That was how it felt, as she discussed with Elizabeth the colours for some new paintwork in the kitchen. And the prim way her legs were arranged, and her half-turned shoulder, her whole body, sent me the message. "Of course, I'm very pleased for Elizabeth, but even so, it's a little disruptive having you here." I felt the husband must have often drawn in his feet inch by inch as I was doing, because he knew he took too much space. As for beauty, I could find none of any sort, never mind the irony-laden miracle that had confronted me in the other room. And oh yes, it had been sensual. Only when I saw her so brittle and decent, so powdered in the glow of the standard lamp, did I fully concede that sensuality, searching and searching for it until I felt faint and sick. "Well," she said after a while, opening yet another colour chart, "primrose might be easier to live with." "I was thinking that," said Elizabeth, who sat like a child at her mother's feet, and she threw me an exasperated glance, inviting me to join in the discussion. But her mother's eyes remained on the colours. She already had everything she wanted, Elizabeth, and kitchen talk. And she had no idea what I had seen in the candlelight. Slowly, that conviction took root in me. She was simply far too small-minded. I absolved her. Then, out of that odd absolution, a thought sprang. Lucky for her. And I looked at her with new interest. Very lucky. It would be hell for any woman, knowing she had such fantastic beauty, but that she could never show it in the street, nor just about anywhere else for that matter. A beauty that deserted her the moment she took one step in the wrong direction. But for an older woman, for Elizabeth's careful and correct mother, if she could ever see what I had seen in her, I thought her mind would probably shatter like a piece of porcelain. Gently, her hand moved across the colour chart. "The jasmine is quite nice." When I said good night, I called her Mrs. Ballard. "Marianne, if you like, David," she smiled at me. "Only please don't shorten it. Marie sounds so Roman Catholic, and we aren't, you know." I had dreams. I had been right about the sleeping accommodation. I was alone, and in my floral-printed single bed, I slept through an assault of faces, not all of them beautiful. I particularly remember a gruesome version of my ex-wife. Unnaturally old and angry, her face came shivering up to me, one of several that rose to various surfaces through water, through the crinkles of a linen sheet, through other unsuspecting and unassuming faces. And while this happened, somewhere in my dreams, Elizabeth was busy lighting candles to protect me. But don't tell Mother. We aren't, you know. Once or twice I struggled out of all this and woke up, only to fall asleep and have it start again. The next day, when I went down to breakfast, a faint tang of candle wax still lingered on the stairs and in the hall, a residue that had collected in the night, my rational mind said, but I was almost ready to believe that I had trailed it along with me out of my nightmares. And all that day I waited. Through the stroll about the town and the little drive out to a village that was chock-a-block with antiques, I waited for the evening and candlelight. But what if there were to be no more candles? Maybe there had been a single ushering in, as it were, and enough was enough. I tried to stay at the mother's side for most of the day. I was vaguely afraid that even that part of the essential requirements might be missing when the time came. And when, halfway through the afternoon, Elizabeth asked me with great caution if I would mind staying for the evening meal, I said no far too earnestly. She looked astonished. Pleasure and incredulity glowed out of her. I was behaving strangely, and no mistake. And then, to my horror, she slipped her hand into mine, as though I had just demonstrated what she, of course, had always known, how close we were. So I waited, only to learn that when a freak thing has somehow squeezed in through our social conventions, it doesn't follow that it will find the same opening again in a hurry. Sunday's conventions, chez Marianne, presented no chinks. "We always have a light supper on Sundays. You won't mind, will you, David? We picnic round the television." "Of course he won't mind," sang out Elizabeth, squeezing my arm. It was all so cosy. Old. And look at her. So prissy, I thought, with her little satisfactions, her lace trolley cloths, the silver serviette rings. As she pecked at her cold meat and made comments about the BBC's family entertainment, I could see every wrinkle on her neck. I detested her. And I detested Elizabeth as well, so bovine, so overwhelming. I could hardly speak after we left, which was taken to mean what one would expect. "I did ask you, did you mind staying?" "I know. I'm just tired." "She wouldn't have been hurt, you know." All right, all right." We kept quiet after that. We were almost back in London when Elizabeth risked asking me, "What did you think of my mother, anyway?" I said that I thought she was beautiful. Beautiful? Elizabeth looked hurt, so I knew I had sounded sarcastic. I had wanted to. There had seemed no other way of putting it. "I didn't realize you were having such a bad time," she said, with a quiver in her voice that warned me of what was coming. When we got to her flat, I would have to go in. I would say I needed a night on my own, and she wouldn't argue, but there would be a coffee, and she would put some music on. Then she would give me more coffee, trying to persuade herself that everything was all right. At least she let the subject drop. And somehow I did get home, and I sat for hours, diffusing my anger and disappointment. It was just as well we hadn't had any more candle nonsense. It was bad enough being caught off guard once. But caught off guard by what exactly? Not by Elizabeth's mother, that mandarin of serviettes and sherry. No, it must have been something in myself. Something that was never meant to break loose must have crawled out of my psyche. Why? Had I been overworking? Or was this some bizarre way of telling myself that I couldn't go on short-changing Elizabeth? Either way, the mother had nothing to do with it. She was just a lethally boring woman, and I wouldn't ever see her again. Over and over I told myself all this until I had calmed down and felt safe. So safe, in fact, that I didn't even rush to break with Elizabeth. I was going to do it, but her naivety didn't make it easy. Then one night, as she turned round from the wash-basin in my bathroom, of all places, I saw that small trick of hers, that siren hint, and it was as though that triggered an explosion. I had to go back. I was suddenly frantic. Whether she came from my own mind, wherever she came from, I had to see her again, the candlelight woman. It was impossible not to. So then I pestered Elizabeth. Her mother had seemed quite lonely, I said, and she had obviously enjoyed having visitors, so we ought to go more often. I had had a good time, really. So on and so forth. Elizabeth always heard me out with a very thoughtful expression. Then she would slip into the conversation her own idée fixe, our separate flats. So silly, she thought them. I know Mother does get fed up sometimes, she would tell me. Anyone does, living alone. 6 weeks after our first visit, we went back. I was as nervous as a teenager, and so close to being mad that I took candles as a present. It was extremely nice, that candlelit supper last time. Thus, my weak line. Thank you. Such a pretty colour. She wrapped them up again in the gift paper. I'm sure they'll come in useful, she said, and my heart sank as I watched her stowing them away in a cupboard. I felt sure they had gone for good. Her smile seemed to be censorious, and it occurred to me that she might suspect I was making fun of her. Or did she think me vulgar? As soon as I could, I fled upstairs to wash, and there I stayed, stretched out on my bed, sensing I had been excused for the moment, conveniently shelved, while below in the kitchen the women chattered and moved saucepans about. Probably we would have no candles. And what if we did? Then her voice was at the foot of the staircase. While I'm changing, dear, put the potatoes on, will you? And I waited for the click of her door across the landing. When I had heard it, I went down to Elizabeth. Red-faced and comfortable in her mother's apron, she was bustling about between the sink and the cooker, and she laughed with delight when I made her stand still. I wrapped my arms around her and kissed her. Poor Elizabeth. It was goodbye of a sort. We had candles. And what about the light from the hall? Would the door be closed? This time Patch was safely locked in the scullery, so perhaps not. But yes. Elizabeth had left the door ajar because it was a warm evening, but on the other hand I might be in a draught. I promptly agreed with her, so she got up and the door was closed. While I sat watching. Have some fish, David. Her mother's lips curved in a petty benediction, but already it was there, rising behind her lips and in her eyes, that rich, mocking beauty. Relentlessly the candlelight brought it back, and it said to me, So, it's you again. Then it asked, Is this wise? And answered for me, No. But which of us is wise? At one point, she stretched her hand out as though to touch my sleeve, and the room seemed to tilt for a moment. But she didn't touch. You must make yourself at home here, David. That, at the end of a long lament from Elizabeth about my harassing career, was very nearly all she said. At least I can't remember any more. But then words, spoken words, had become only noises to me. I was listening for silent messages. I longed for some unequivocal invitation, and all the time her smile kept asking, Is this wise? Is it ever wise to force the issue? That night I didn't even try to sleep. I lay flat on my back staring at the ceiling. I felt desperate. And then Elizabeth, encouraged, I suppose, by that embracing in the kitchen, came stealing and giggling in to me. "I know she wouldn't mind, really," she whispered. "The point is that she doesn't want to know." "It wouldn't be right." I sent her packing so fast she had no time to argue, and I was left shaking with outrage. I felt as though Elizabeth had taken some disgusting liberty for which I had never given her the slightest encouragement. Couldn't she see what I wanted? As for the mother, I contemplated killing her. I was going to storm into her room, pluck her out of her bed by her scrawny neck. And then what? Tell her. Tell her, "I'm madly in love with you. Well, not with you, only in candlelight. I'm psychotic. You must warn Elizabeth." Psychotic. I can't say how late it was, but at some stage in this idiotic self-dramatizing, I got into my dressing gown. Then I was out on the landing, staring at a rule of light that shone beneath the mother's door. So she was still awake. I don't know why, but that didn't surprise me. I would walk in. To be honest, I don't believe I really meant to. I was simply playing out a sequence of actions that had nowhere to go. But I knocked. No answer. I stood weak and palpitating, while my common sense, what was left of it, told me to turn round, go back to bed. I opened the door. And immediately I was lapped in candlelight. The room was awash with radiance. Candles shone from every part of it, creating the sight that stopped me on the threshold. Directly opposite the door was the mirror of the dressing-table, and in that her beautiful, ironic smile watched me. And there was my own reflection, white-faced and ridiculous. "So, you found me out." Barbed with surprise, amused, that was what her smile said. Then it issued a challenge. "You thought this old woman couldn't see me, didn't you? And now you're shocked. You realize she can. She sees me as plainly as you do. That's what you're thinking, isn't it? But don't be too sure. Isn't she the sort who could clear away a few dead candles in the morning without ever asking where they'd come from? She has such a very small, neat mind." "Yes, David?" She turned from the dressing-table with a serenity that warned me not to disrupt what I had, after all, come looking for. She wanted no displays of amazement or awkwardness. I could at least speak, couldn't I, since words were only words. I found something to say. "I couldn't sleep," I told her, "and I thought if you weren't sleeping either, we might talk." "Yes?" "About Elizabeth." "Come in," she said. There was a chair beneath the window. I moved through the glow to it. She was dressed in a dark blue silken nightrobe, which she seemed to draw in about her as I passed. A gesture that Marianne Ballard might have used at any time, and yet in this case it seemed to signal not a warding off, but a settling and waiting. I sat down. For a long time, neither of us spoke. The only sound in that room, but perhaps I imagined it, was the faint stuttering of candle flames, so faint, on the very brink of hearing. The scent of melting candle wax burdened yet soothed me, while my head filled with a clarity, a shining that I can only call happiness. Not that the woman promised any happiness. We sat there, and her face said one constant word to me. Impossible. I knew it was. I had reached a boundary. I had come to the verge of what I wanted, thought I wanted, but the boundary had turned out to be my own. I was the one who would have to step across it, if I dared. There would be no help. and I wouldn't cross. At last she said, "Tell me, do you love Elizabeth?" "No." "I thought as much." And then she stood up. She came towards me. For a moment that denied possibility shivered between us. I only had to go and meet her. "You must be very tired, David." "And it's not easy, deciding what to do when you're tired, is it?" Gently her smile ridiculed me, and my shivering chance evaporated. She reached my chair. Her hand was on my shoulder. "You should get some sleep." I just wanted," I began. "I know." I got to my feet. I had to tell you." "I already knew," she said. Oh, she knew everything. She was so familiar with possibilities and impossibilities that she guided me out of her room with a truly terrible efficiency. I have not the slightest recollection of leaving. What I do remember is being back in my own room in darkness and feeling cold, ice cold. I was shaking. I curled up in the sheets and tortured myself with the idea of going back, trying again. But my eyes were focused on the door, and I remember that they hurt. I was straining them so wide, trying to ward off some complicated anxiety that at any moment the door might swing open and she would be standing there with a candle in her hand. "So, you found me out?" Spasms of detail passed through me, glowing danger detail. When I had blundered in, her smile in that mirror, it had said things that I hadn't noticed at the time. "You see me," it had said. "You see how calmly I sit here, and all this seems so natural, whether she knows or not. You don't imagine that the old woman minds, do you? And who cares if she does? If I use up every hour she has, what does she matter anyway?" I had ignored that. And another detail. Deep inside the smile, a split second's wavering, like a cry for help. Impossible. There would be no help. As soon as day broke, I was up. I dumped my things together and fled. The dog yapped as I fiddled with the catch on the front door, but no one called down to me. Elizabeth, I had ample reason to believe, could sleep through any small disturbance, and as for her mother, she let me go. Marianne Ballard let me go. I know that because outside in the drive, while I was trying to tease a silent start from the car, I glanced up at the bedroom windows. I was terrified that I was being watched, but despite myself, I was also searching for a haze of candlelight. All the windows were dark. Then I saw her. She was holding back an edge of curtain, a slight, grey figure in a dressing gown, looking at me. I left so fast I hit the curb of the flower bed, and I escaped to the motorway. What else could I have done? It horrified me, the thought of sitting down to cereal and toast and plans for a jolly Sunday. Elizabeth's mother asking did I like the jasmine cupboards, and would I open a pot of marmalade for her. And Elizabeth, my God, Elizabeth! How had she managed not to see what was happening to her mother? She must have chosen not to. There can be no irregularities in a safe haven. And as Elizabeth grew older, that trick of hers, that faraway would-be beauty, when her skin couldn't glow anymore, would she also turn the candlelight and watch the would-be creeping closer? One year just a hint, the next year something more, until at last it was as powerful as her mother's. If so, it would devour Elizabeth. She didn't have her mother's strength. You see the transition. Guilt, fright, everything I felt had finally made a ghoul of that candlelight miracle, and a lot of truth had gone into the making of it. Tradition, too, I suppose. Lovers often make ghouls of each other as a getaway ploy. When I arrived home, the phone was ringing. I pulled the wire out of the socket, then settled down to wait. I didn't touch the papers. I didn't watch the television. Elizabeth showed up in the middle of the afternoon, tearful and inadequate. "I just can't understand you, David. Mother was furious. She hardly said a word all morning. I don't think she'll ever have you in the house again." It took me most of the evening to convince her that I never wanted to go back, nor to her own flat, for that matter. "Why?" she begged me. "Everything was going so well." I couldn't have told her. I didn't trust her, for one thing. She would have done her best to use my tangle of emotions as nets and ropes. So I talked a great deal about incompatibility, and when she didn't seem to find that a good enough argument, I gave her another one. I gave her countless dispassionate reasons, and she cross-examined me on them all. By the time she left, I felt as clean as a picked-over skeleton that has somehow kept a brain-load of secrets hidden in its skull. It was over, I told myself. I went to bed exhausted, and, swimming up through my sleep, she came, in her glow of candles. "Don't you already miss me? Won't you miss me?" Yes. Yes. It wasn't quite over. I slipped into the habit of driving down there in the evenings. Without Elizabeth, I had time on my hands. I would park the car at a discreet distance on the other side of the road, and I would watch for candles. I didn't always see them. Sometimes an electric light would be shining from the landing window, and through any slits in the downstairs curtains I would see a lamped, genteel brilliance. But often there were no slits in the curtains, and the house was dark. Then, if I waited long enough, I might see a flickering aura through the landing window as she passed with a lit candle. And in the end, there was the visit. I mean, to Mrs. Ballard. I felt I owed it to her. Spying on that strange war of lights, I found myself wanting to acknowledge her, prim and narrow though she was. I couldn't forget her cry for help. Not that my motives were entirely pure, of course. I also wanted one last, safe proximity to the other woman. I took flowers. I picked an adamantly sunny morning, and as soon as she had opened the door a fraction, I started talking. "Mrs. Ballard, I just wanted to apologize." Her face seemed to contract when she saw me, either with alarm or displeasure, I don't know which. She stared first at me, then at the roses, and fluttering across her eyes went all her schedules of social etiquette. Finally, she opted for a crisp politeness that suggested we had met once a long time ago, before I had emigrated to some distant country. "How very nice," she said. "I'll put them in water. Would you like to come inside?" We went into the kitchen, and while she took a vase and scrupulously split each stem with a pair of secateurs, I found our silence intolerable. Standing close by her at the kitchen table, I could see individual specks of powder on her face, and even on her creamy collar. I lumbered into another speech. "I know I behaved rather badly, leaving like that, but after our chat that night, when I told you I didn't love Elizabeth—" Chat. The normalizing, dishonest word fell among the roses. She didn't look at me. She stripped the leaves off a stem. "I had to make it clear to her," I said. "Of course, I'm still extremely fond of Elizabeth, and I'm going to miss both of you, if I may say so." That "both of you" hovered in the air between us, trapped in a scent of candle wax. It was my last blunder. "I quite understand," she said, laying down the secateurs and smoothing her apron. "It was very nice of you to drop by." Then I was being ushered back into the hall. I was too numb to protest. I don't know what I had expected. We reached the door. "Goodbye, David." Suddenly she gave me a crooked smile. "And please," she said, as she shut me out, "this is goodbye." I drove away quickly, and this time I stayed away. The author of that story, R.M. Lamming, was born in the Isle of Man and read English at Oxford in the late 1960s. She is the author of 2 novels, The Notebook of Gismondo Cavalletti, which is set in 16th century Florence and won the David Hyam Prize for Fiction, and In the Dark, a contemporary mainstream novel which has been adapted for television. Her short story work is varied, but many stories feature some isolating intrusion of the bizarre into the life of the main character, and explore a kind of border country between what is real and what is perceived as real. She lives in London, and is at present working on a new novel. Tales from Weston Willow by Ian Watson. The line-up of ales in the Wheatsheaf Inn wasn't too impressive, so I settled for a bottle of Satzenbrau. Nor was the decor much to speak of. Outside the pub was old stone, but inside it was tatty modern. Over the bar hung a joke Texas fly swatter fully 3 feet long. Beside the darts board dangled a nude pin-up calendar from the local garage. A joke clock ticked off the time backwards, its numerals arranged in reverse order. Polished brass shell cases lined one window ledge, darts and skittles trophies another. More congenially, the Wheatsheaf resembled a large living room for an extended, garrulous family of villagers. I soon found myself in conversation with a stout, grey-haired woman in her late 50s. She wore dark glasses. A harnessed Labrador lay snoozing by her seat. All I had to say to her was, "May I share this table?" "You'll be Mr. Campbell from Manor Cottage," was the reply. She chuckled, as if she could see my surprise. "Anyone can hear the Scots in your voice. So who else could it be?" "Word travels fast. We've hardly been here a week, Mrs. "It's Prestige. Mrs. Prestige. I hear you're an author as well as being a history teacher." "Well, I've done a couple of detective stories set in the 18th century. The last one was about a jewel theft, The Rape of the Rock." "What name do you write under?" I sighed silently. "My own." "You'll find our village interesting, Mr. Campbell." Ominous words. I noticed how some of the locals were watching us with interest. One hairy fellow grinned at me. Nodding in Mrs. Prestige's direction, he tapped his head, signifying that she was wise, or that she was a bit batty. "Let me tell you about Charley and his wife Anne, who moved here from the city." I didn't wish to be rude. Quite soon I was riveted. Foxed. Charley was a jogger. Now, you don't see too many pavements here in the countryside, and the roads can be a bit narrow and twisty, but Charley kept up his jogging. Every evening throughout the summer, and on Saturday and Sunday mornings too, he could be seen in his russet tracksuit completing his 6 miles. He would head out of the village by the road to Brierley, then cut across a field footpath and down the rutted green lane to the edge of Redditch Farm. From the farm, he trotted along a ride through Napton Wood, owned by the Forestry Commission, or flanked by firs, to Thumpton Pool, where a girl once drowned herself, but that's another matter. From Thumpton Pool, a bridleway took him back into the village for a welcome shower. His trainers were usually filthy by then. He needed to buy several pairs. In the autumn, the darkening of the evenings forced him to limit his running activities to weekends. We don't have many streetlights, you'll have noticed. To compensate, Charley would get in a game of squash most afternoons before driving home. An accountant for the Heritage Hotels Group, that's what he was. Of a Saturday and Sunday, he sometimes went round his familiar course twice. Winter brought a bonus. The ground hardened. Running was much easier now along the formerly muddy stretches. With winter, too, came the hunt. They meet at different likely villages around the county, not more than twice at any place during the season, though that's not to say you don't see huntsmen and women passing through on horseback more often, or pulling their horse boxes behind their Range Rovers if they're from further off. When they meet here, it's in the car park outside. The girls from the Grange serve the trays of sherry. Oh, the crisply jacketed fellows and ladies on their expensive hunters with tightly plaited crests and tails. Young girls on ponies, too. Neither Charley nor Anne cared for hunting, nor thought it picturesque. It was with a sense of righteous annoyance at the tetchy pomp of many of the riders that Charley watched the hunt set off from the village that Saturday morning, and then himself set out at 90 degrees to the route of the hunt for his customary run. Charley had passed by Brierley and was jogging along the green lane when he heard faint halloos coming closer. He saw hunters leaping a distant hedge, the dogs racing ahead of them across the bare brown soil of Red Ditch Farm. In the next field, which was a pasture, sheep were panicking, and maybe one or two of the silly muttons would stifle to death in the ditch, but the hunt would pay up. Did you know it cost the price of a smart car to kill a single fox by hunting? And often as not it gets away. Though sometimes it's broken-breathed, a shadow of itself. You always pay for what you do, Mr. Campbell. As the dogs neared the barns, there came a check and a casting about. Presently, as Charley jogged on, the quarry itself popped through a gap in the hedge along the green lane. Charley paused. The animal halted in the middle of the lane. It flicked a glance at Charley as though he was an irrelevance to it that day, but he wasn't. Then stared sharply back the way it had come, panting. Its tongue hung right out. As though the animal had all the time in the world, it squatted and loosed some droppings. Maybe it did so out of fear, or to lighten the load, or maybe for another reason. Huntsmen admire the patience and pluck and quick wits of the fox. I heard one tell a farmer he could no more shoot a fox than he could strike a woman. Another saw a vixen bring her cubs onto his lawn, and the huntsman put out food for them. In fact, he gave the fox family the choice of a dead kitten, a dead pigeon, and a stale loaf. Would you believe they all went for the loaf? Oh, yes, hunting folk feel affection for their clever quarry. This particular quarry darted away through the opposite hedge. Not wishing to be trampled by hunters crashing across the lane, Charley picked up speed to a full sprint. As he was rounding a bend, he glanced back and spotted foxhounds wriggling through the first hedge. These checked again. For some unaccountable reason, the lead dog gave tongue and began to lope his way. The other dogs followed, yapping. Charley realized that he must have trodden in those fresh fox droppings and was now laying down a strong, fresh scent. This amused him. He was in no danger, being recognizable to any foxhound for what he was. He could give their poor prey a head start, if the idiots followed him far enough. Running as fast as he could into Napton Wood, he diverted from his usual route down another ride. Behind, the dogs cried. He could hear the muffled pounding of horses along the green lane. Beyond the forestry plantings was the parkland of Marston Hall, a great undulating sward where mature oaks, sycamores, and chestnuts grew. Charley didn't know, but Marston Hall is the home of the master of foxhounds, the Honourable Jeremy Brett. Scaling a 5-bar gate, Charley ran for the nearest trees. He fancied that their leafless lower branches might knock a few unwary riders off. Pausing briefly, he saw the dogs fanning out behind. The master's horse took the gate in its stride, followed by others. Of course, the master saw Charley. The man pointed with his whip. The foxhounds checked again. They snuffled and clawed at a hole in the ground between tree roots. Could it be another den with a new scent? While the dogs stooped, and one younger hound tried to squirm into the earth, Charley took the chance to put more distance between himself and the hunt, though by now his heart was pounding. But for the fact that he was gasping through an open mouth, he would probably have gritted his teeth with determination. As he breasted a rise, a horn blew, and riders pointed to where he was. They gestured at him, seeing him for what he was, yet now urging the hounds on. The riders drummed on their saddles and shouted. Hounds raised their muzzles to proclaim a deep, throaty music. As the pack flooded down the rise behind him in full cry, Charley spotted a tree which he could scramble into. He pulled himself up from branch to branch. Moments later, the pack reached the tree and bayed around the base, rearing, scratching. Recovering his breath, Charley laughed at them. The core of the hunt, those horses which had stayed the obstacle course, soon arrived at the tree. The flushed faces of the riders remained curiously blank, as though Charley wasn't there at all. Some riders patted and slapped their steaming mounts, but no one said anything. No one quite looked him in the eye. Then the red-coated master stood up in his stirrups, and reaching, he grasped Charley's ankle. Anne saw the hunt return through the village. A young girl rode proudly beside the master. Anne was disgusted to see blood smeared on the girl's cheeks. She had been blooded, a custom which Anne thought had died out. Instead of riding past, the master dismounted at their gate. Doffing his riding cap, he strode up the front path. "Mrs. Fox," he said, when she opened the door, "I'm afraid there's been a terrible accident." "Is Anne still living here, Mrs. Prestige?" "What do you think? She moved away. There's others who haven't ever moved away." "Wait a bit. Didn't Mrs. Fox call the police?" "No need. We have our own constable right here in the village, Mr. Tate." "Yes, but poor Charley died of a heart attack, didn't he? All that running wasn't good for him. That's why he tumbled out of the tree." "But you said... and the blood on that girl's cheek." Mrs. Prestige chuckled. "If only the dogs could have known his name, what would they have thought?" Her glass was empty, likewise mine. "Can I buy you a drink, Mrs. Prestige?" "Rum and black, please." I elbowed through to the bar for her rum and black currant, and another bottle of the German lager for myself. The skinny, hyperthyroid landlady, I gathered her name was June, winked a bulgy eye at me. "Having a good time, love?" As if I was in the process of picking up Mrs. Prestige, who was almost old enough to be my mother. I contented myself with saying, "Fascinating." I set the rum and black in front of my informant, who heard the clink of glass and sniffed and thought, then cautiously reached and captured the drink. "Cheers, Mr. Campbell." She sipped. "And some," she repeated, "did not leave here at all." "Such as Charley Fox?" "Oh, no. I was thinking of Paul and Ruth Andrews down at Centre Point. And, of course, their daughter Julia, too." Centre Point. I always thought that Centre Point was a building in London. Ruth joked to the secretary of the Women's Institute who had called round. Ruth and Paul were still in the midst of moving into the huge old ex-vicarage. The last few tea chests weren't yet cleared. The stone building dated back to Tudor times. With the departure of the most recent vicar, the church commissioners had put the unwieldy edifice on the market. When a new vicar arrived to take up his duties, he would live in a neat little bungalow. Until then, Archdeacon Hubble, who had retired to the village from Cambridgeshire to an imposing rose-clad house in 2 acres, was taking services in St. Mary's. Paul had grand ideas of converting the house to include a couple of independent luxury flats, as well as their own domain. Mrs. Armstrong had said to Ruth, "Welcome to Centre Point." "We're almost on the edge of the village," Ruth pointed out. The visitor smiled. "We have our Centre Point too, and it's here." "Oh, do you mean in the sense that the church is the centre of village life, so therefore the vicarage—" "No, not really," Mrs. Armstrong said vaguely. She peered through open doors. The former vicarage had huge rooms with high ceilings and 2 enormous oak staircases front and back. To Ruth's eye, one particular dark patch of ceiling above the rear stairwell looked almost perversely inaccessible. "What'll you be doing with this vast house then, Mrs. Andrews, since you only have one child?" From the first moment that the Andrews arrived in the village, they had become accustomed to friendly, though searching, questions. "We'll probably split it into 3, Mrs. Armstrong, 1 part for us. We'll either sell or rent the others." Mrs. Armstrong frowned. "You'd need to make a lot of alterations. This house is over 300 years old." Ruth took her remarks in good part. The other day she had dug out some raggy spirea which was blocking the front path of the overgrown garden. Another neighbour had rushed across with a plate of scones an hour later, and had spoken about the vicarage garden as though there were a preservation order on every single plant. Ruth grinned. "All those weird old statues in the garden need a bit of rethinking. They're simply lost in the bushes. Though from the look of them, I don't know that they're worth finding." "Those statues are loved in the village, Mrs. Andrews. They belong here." "Oh, yes," thought Ruth. The preservation order mentality again. Paul was in insurance. After he had come home and they'd had dinner and Julia was tucked up safely in bed, the couple did some more unpacking. At 9 o'clock, Paul left to wander along to the Wheatsheaf here, where he was already integrating beautifully, so he claimed. You'll have noticed what a lot of people drive to the pub, even if they're only coming 1/4 of a mile. But Paul, as I say, knew about risks. "Such as being nabbed by Constable Tate," I interrupted. "He wouldn't dream of it. He has to live here with his missus and nippers, doesn't he? Patrol car from town, maybe, lurking up a lane. Why, last month a fellow was driving back home at 12 down Marston Lane when a patrol car blazed up behind him, full lights flood on. He stopped, hitched himself up 3 inches taller, marched round and stared at the back of his van, just in case the light was out, which it wasn't. Then he stepped up to the police and demanded, 'Do you think I stole this van? Do you think I have something stolen in the back?' Actually, he was carrying a computerized thingy for controlling crap spraying. The police took a look and said, 'What's that?' He said to them, 'You wouldn't bloody know if I told you.' But that's by the by. Paul returned home at 11, seeming tipsy. 'You know, Ruthie,' he said, 'I don't think we ought to shift any of those statues.' 'But they're so ugly,' she protested, 'shapeless. They look like those people at Pompeii were covered in slag. Mrs. Armstrong was round today telling me what I shouldn't do. Have the chaps been getting at you in the pub? It's our garden, Paul. It's our house.' 'Yeah, they were telling me how this house got its nickname. It's because it is the centre of everything. The centre's in this very house.' 'What nonsense. The centre of England is in Meriden, isn't it?' 'No, not the centre of England. The centre of the universe, Ruthie. That's why the last vicar left. He couldn't compete. Having custody of that in his own house was too big for him.' 'They're kidding you, Paul. They must be laughing their heads off. What do they know about the universe? Ever heard of Galileo? The earth moves millions of miles around the sun. If the universe has a centre, and goodness knows where it might be, it can't possibly stay in one spot on Earth. Maybe it can. He grinned feebly. What do you know about the universe? I know that a village is the centre of its own universe. This is ridiculous. You made a fool of yourself. Do they slip something in your beer? Oh, it isn't ghosts or witchcraft in villages nowadays. No yokels here, they've wised up. They're going to try and control us by telling us we're sitting on the centre of the whole damn universe. I wonder who dreamed up this crazy joke. It is a joke, you know. Wise up, Paul. Climb into bed, wake up tomorrow, watch the sun rise. I shouldn't have told you. They told you not to tell me? That's even richer. What happened tonight? Was it the village boys' initiation ritual? Did you all pull up your trouser legs? They were pulling your leg, Paul. No one who didn't know would believe it. He seemed to be holding back some further foolishness. We aren't sitting on the centre, Ruthie. It's up near the ceiling, over the back staircase, that bit which you can't get to. I'll tell you one thing. You're going to get to it tomorrow evening. You're going to bring the extending ladder inside, and you're going to stick yourself up there to get rid of the cobwebs. And out of your brains, too. No, I can't. If you don't, husband mine, I'm leaving this house the morning after and taking Julia with me. I'm not living here to be manipulated by all and sundry. Mrs. Prestige paused. I was here in the sheaf that night. Well, they weren't kidding him. Not a bit. Not Fred and John. She turned her head towards the bar as though she could see. But that was before another event. Yes, Paul was faced by a big risk now. Whether to act unwisely or to risk losing his wife. I think she might have meant that threat, don't you? Marriages are so much looser nowadays. One thing I thought was that Mrs. P. was a dab hand at imitating voices. But how did she know so intimately what had happened inside the vicarage after Paul returned? Unless Paul himself, or even Ruth, had later been her informant. Paul passed a fairground on the way home from work, so as a peace offering he brought back a gas balloon with a funny face on it. Julia squealed with delight. Then he wrestled the ladder in through the back door and extended it fully up the stairwell. His hands were shaking. It was a very heavy ladder. The phone rang for Paul. The doorbell for Ruth. Mrs. Armstrong hovered outside with news about the Women's Institute Drama Group. Has Mrs. Armstrong been to see your wife yet, Mr. Campbell? You're Jill, isn't it? We do like people to join in. I shrugged. Then, remembering Mrs. P's condition, I said, I'm not sure. Jill hasn't said. I was starting to imagine more than the usual WI of Jam and Jerusalem, rather a secret society for village women. Did these villagers try to control newcomers by separating husband from wife? If so, in our case they wouldn't succeed. Mrs. Armstrong will be round, Mrs. Prestige assured me. I'll remind her. She resumed her story. While Paul and Ruth were both through at the front of the house, a cry of, "Look at me!" came from the rear. Excusing herself hastily, Ruth ran back. The balloon had escaped up to the ceiling. Little Julia was high up the ladder, reaching for the dangling string. She was really at risk. "Don't move, Julia," cried Ruth. "Paul, leave the phone. Come here." Mrs. Armstrong trotted through inquisitively behind Paul. "Oh, Lord," she exclaimed. "Oh, dear." Julia caught and lost the string. The balloon bobbed away. Ignoring her mother, the girl climbed even higher. A flash of light blinded the onlookers, as if Julia had touched some exposed wiring. Their little girl no longer stood on the ladder. Up top, only a mass of white slag perched, in her vague shape and size. The village take care of its own. Constable Tate and Archdeacon Hobble both came. They both knew. Whoever reaches the centre of the universe cannot move away in any direction, the Archdeacon said wistfully. That is the centre of absolute motion. So they're trapped there. We can shift them, but they themselves can never move again. They're eternal. Nobody can prove as that's your little girl, the constable told the Andrews bluntly. Outsiders would assume as you'd got rid of her. We can sort this out with your cooperation. The last vicar didn't leave. He got reckless. Others, too, over the centuries since the first happening while this place was being built. Vicar's in your garden along with the rest of them. What the hell is up there? Paul demanded. It's the centre of things, Hubble repeated gently. Has to be somewhere, doesn't it? You're in charge of it now. With Tate's help, Paul moved the small new statue out into the shrubbery. It looked very ancient and worn out. Ruth would sit by the window weeping. Outside, rain would fall on the blurred Pompeii cast of Julia. All the statues would seem to weep. If you like to, Mr. Campbell, you can visit those statues. If you call on Mr. and Mrs. Andrews, they'll show you round their garden. They won't leave each other now, nor leave Julia. I said. All newcomers to the village have the right to see, just the once, to satisfy themselves. Has a new vicar arrived yet? Well, that can take a number of years. Our Archdeacon doesn't mind helping out. Besides, we hold joint benefice services with the parishes of Brierley and Marston. Services, yes. Rituals. But what did these villagers truly believe? This Hubble must be a peculiar chap, considering what you say he knows. Not that I credited this latest offering from Mrs. P, but she could tell a good yarn. And I had driven past the old vicarage. My eye had been caught by the shapeless objects vaguely visible here and there in the shrubbery. The Archdeacon's one of us, she said, and tilted her empty glass. Mrs. P could certainly sink a few drinks. Another one? I asked. And another story? She nodded. When I got to the bar, June was holding up 8 fingers twice to tell a bald, weather-beaten, middle-aged bloke how much 2 pints a mile cost. He paid over a poundful of silver and was toasted by a moon-faced contemporary with an unruly grey thatch. This drinking companion said nothing as such, merely gesturing with his glass. The bald bloke bellowed back, "Cheers!" and then he too fell silent. It was pretty noisy in the pub, what with everyone else chattering, piped pop songs playing, and a darts match in progress. 3 monkeys. Well, Mr. Campbell, we decided that our little village of Weston Willow was going to walk off with a trophy in the counter inter-village quiz this year. Last year and the previous year, we'd been knocked out in the first round. The questions are always fairly vicious. Can you say offhand who designed Nelson's column? Why, it was William Railton in 1843. Do you know the collective noun for moles? It's a labour of moles. Seems plausible enough once you know the answer. This year, thanks to our 3 monkeys, we were through to the final round. Richard was the instigator of Project Monkey. He's the secretary of our village hall. You'll meet him. Richard's always on the lookout for new committee members. He has to organise our end of the quiz, get a team together, liaise with rival villages, contact the quizmasters. The Rural Community Council arranges the roster of teams and sets the questions, and Sterling Property Services sponsor it. The county newspaper hosts the grand final at the college in town. Richard had come across a pile of paperback quiz books in a second-hand bookshop and discovered to his delight that all the questions we had suffered from in previous years had been cannibalised from these. Naturally, he bought the lot, imagining that our team could get some practice in. And the flaw in this plan soon became obvious. Each book included approximately 2,000 questions and answers, a total of 10,000 in all. One thing you soon learn in a village, Mr. Campbell, is that there's always someone who can turn their hand to anything you want. This doesn't only apply to ordinary things, but to exotic items. I really do believe if you wanted a small space rocket built in your back garden, someone would turn out to be, or have been, a guided missile engineer. At a meeting in a village hall, we marshalled our collective talent. Richard works for a computer firm which is trying to sell home computers to farmers. He would provide a new prototype micro-memory. With all of us mucking in, we could load the tiny box for instant access to all 10,000 answers. Martin's company specialises in microelectronics, including bugging devices. We weren't supposed to know about this aspect, but of course we all did. Martin could rig up a hearing aid to receive whispered radio messages from Richard. Unfortunately, Martin could only gimmick one hearing aid. Stock security was tight at his company, and perhaps 3 deaf team members might have seemed excessive, don't you think? We also had our 3 monkeys, Lucy, Fred, and John. For the purposes of the quiz, they were going to become Blind Lucy, Dumb Fred, and Deaf John. Deaf John would wear the hearing aid to receive the computer answers from Richard in the audience. Richard would be hidden amongst our supporters. According to the rules, an unanswered question goes to the next team member before being passed over to the opposition. Here, we slyly hedged our bets. Dumb Fred would be printing his answers on one of those magic writing slates which erases itself when you pull it out. If Blind Lucy didn't know the answer and Dumb Fred did, he would scrawl it on his plate under the table for Blind Lucy to squint at out the side of her dark glasses. Those would hide the movements of her eyes. Naturally, we didn't ever score full marks, but we won all the preliminary rounds. At last, the night of the grand final came in a lecture theatre at the college. Prizes were set out on a table midway between the tables of the 2 contending teams, a silver cup and souvenir pen sets. Of course, there was particular interest in the fact that we had fielded 3 disabled candidates who had done startlingly well so far. Blind Lucy was guided to her seat by Dumb Fred, who gestured Deaf John to his. The question master summarised the rules, and battle commenced. We were up against Milton Langford. Their team were hotshots, a headmistress, a bank manager, and an estate agent. They had won the quiz in the 2 previous years, and now they stared across at our disadvantaged trio with a mixture of sympathy and amusement. The questions rolled on. Who was the highest scorer for England against Australia in the first innings at Lord's in 1909? Deaf John fielded that one easily. J.H. King. What is Kepler's third law? Dumb Fred didn't know, so Deaf John trotted out. The squares of the periodic times of planetary orbits vary as the cubes of the semi-major axes. Right. In what county does the River Itchen reach the sea? This was tricky. Blind Lucy had no idea the answer, but most happily, Dumb Fred genuinely did. Squinting, Blind Lucy read from his writing tablet. Hampshire. Milton Langford didn't do badly at all, but they could hardly match our performance. We won by 115 points to 98, and all the while blind Lucy managed to remain convincingly blank, and dumb Fred suitably tongue-tied, and deaf John gratifyingly hard of hearing. During the presentations, John even added to the illusion by tapping his hearing aid, with a puzzled look on his face. Afterwards, dumb Fred led blind Lucy out to our rented minibus, which was in the college car park, waving deaf John along with sweeps of his other arm. The doors were slammed, and off we drove. As soon as we were safely isolated out on the dark highway, Richard, who was driving, began to laugh triumphantly. Or to cackle triumphantly. It was that kind of laugh. But as he laughed, blind Lucy cried out in a strangled voice, "Don't you understand? I can't see. I can't see a thing. I'm blind." She tore off her black glasses. "There's nothing. Nothing." Deaf John shouted, "Eh? Eh?" Dumb Fred mouthed at his fellow passengers, noiselessly. The moon-faced chap and his drinking companion had edged up close to our table. The former was listening keenly. His bald friend stared blankly at Mrs. Prestige. "You're blind Lucy, aren't you?" I cried at her. "That I am, Mr. Campbell." She laid her spectacles carefully on the table and gazed at me with sightless, whitened eyes. "And here is deaf John, and that's dumb Fred. Weston Willow's a special village, you see, being so close to the centre of you-know-what. Mostly our village appears like anywhere else. Just you look out of the corner of your eye, though. Hereabouts things are given and things are taken away, if you follow me. We shouldn't have drawn attention to ourselves outside the village. The village didn't like that. That's what went wrong. That's why something was taken away from us." "Look here," I protested, while John and Fred crowded closer. "You used technology to cheat in the quiz. You didn't use magic or something." "Weston Willow doesn't wish any attention drawn to itself. That's the simplest I can say. I could tell all kinds of tales, Mr. Campbell. These streets of night are just the icing on the cake. Odd things happen here, and that's a fact. You'd hear the stories soon enough. You tell stories, don't you, being a writer?" "Detective," I mumbled. 18th century. "Oh, we had an 18th century here, too, same as everywhere else. Soon enough you'd be sending your 18th century investigator here to try to plumb a mystery." Her hand snaked out unerringly and caught my wrist. "You mustn't tell on us, must you?" I felt paralyzed by her clutch. My eyes glazed with tears. For a few moments I couldn't see a thing. Everything went blank. "I can see through your eyes, Mr. Campbell," I heard Mrs. Prestige whisper. My vision snapped back into focus. A man's hand gripped my shoulder. "I can hear through your ears," murmured John. Music had died in the room. Conversation, too. The locals were all looking at me. No sooner did John release me than my other shoulder was seized. "I can talk through your mouth," I said. Well, this was my own voice, but those weren't my words. The pressure subsided. Lucy Prestige reclaimed her dark glasses and hid those eyes like glass baubles filled with ashes. The piped music and the chatter both resumed, the locals once again engrossed in each other's lives. Lucy Prestige smiled at me. Her eyes were invisible, but her mouth stretched. Her cheeks swelled and creased into a smile. "Shall I tell you another tale, Mr. Campbell? Not to be told elsewhere ever in any form. Do you promise?" I nodded. Promises. 10-year-old promises. It's already half a decade since Jill and I moved away from Weston Willow. We came all the way to Edinburgh, where I'd been born. Surely far enough away in time and space. Nowadays, I'm head of history in a large comprehensive. I did manage to write one further novel about my 18th century detective, Montague Hamilton, but it was the novel for which I already had ideas when we moved to Weston Willow. After that, the drought in my imagination commenced, while simultaneously a forbidden reservoir was filling up. No more novels. I was sure, and Jill too was sure, that I should have been able to break through to become a full-time writer, quitting teaching forever. Indeed, the mystery novel which might have propelled me over this threshold was waiting inside me, blocked only by my promise to Lucy Prestige. It, in turn, blocked the possibility of any other different novel. The frozen embryo within me prevented any other fertilization. The visit of Montague Hamilton to the manor house of Weston Willow for a hunting party, the mysterious disappearances, the events at the vicarage, a distillation and transmutation of everything I picked up from Blind Lucy and the other locals during 5 years' residence. If only I dared to tackle this material, I knew I would be free. If only I could break the seal upon my lips, or upon my typing fingers. Surely the seal existed only in my imagination. So far as publicity went, didn't I now live in Edinburgh, in another country, Scotland? Wouldn't I faithfully change the name of Weston Willow to Milton Mandeville or Chipping Charlford or whatever? A week ago, the school holidays started, and I began to type The Undeserted Village. Just as I had echoed Alexander Pope in the case of the jewel theft, now I echoed Oliver Goldsmith. And the story flowed. How it flowed! 3 nights ago, I woke in the early hours to find that my left forearm and hand were paralyzed. That arm lay on top of the bedspread like a lump of rubber. I needed no Montague Hamilton to deduce that I had not squeezed the blood flow by sleeping upon the arm. Nor was the night air cold. I had not chilled my exposed flesh. It was as if part of my body had died. Bemused, I used my right hand to lift the dead limb and shook it about. A dentist might have needled it full of Novocaine. No demon dentist prowled the darkened bedroom, where only Jill and I lay. I listened to Jill's breathing. She sounded deeply asleep. Sensation returned suddenly. Feeling flooded back fully and immediately without any prickling interval of pins and needles. One moment dead meat, the next living flesh. Something had slipped a sleeve over my arm which blocked off all feeling, which nullified the nerves. Suddenly the sleeve was snatched away. Puzzled, I drifted back to sleep. 2 nights ago, after writing some more, I woke to find the whole of my right arm dead. After 5 minutes, the limb came alive again. Last night, after another 5 pages of The Undeserted Village, both my legs died. For 10 minutes I lay in terror, paralyzed from the waist down. I consulted a medical book today. I did find a rare disorder known as periodic paralysis, yet it didn't seem as though I ought to suffer from this. I also came across a reference to hysterical paralysis. Can it be that I'm doing this to myself? I fear that isn't the case. Nor do I know whether the nightly symptoms would cease if I abandoned my book, if I deserted The Undeserted Village. How can I abandon it? What do I tell Jill? What do I tell myself? That I'm a failure? That I've found a perfect excuse to be a failure? What I did today at my desk was to set those first chapters aside for the moment, and to type up this brief account instead, just in case. I never told Jill all that I learned in Weston Willow. For instance, the way in which dumb Fred spoke through my own lips that night in the Wheatsheaf. Jill's reaction would have been similar to Ruth Andrews, before her daughter was turned into a shapeless statue. I'm sure that Fred did borrow my vocal cords, my tongue, that it wasn't just a trick. I'm sure that it happened. I wonder whether Jill knows any secrets that she never confided to me through fear of... who can say what? Most of the time, of course, our life in the village was ordinary and normal. This has taken till 11:30. I shall leave the pages in full view, and now that I have done, I shall climb upstairs to join Jill in bed. She will be asleep. Soon I will also be asleep, until I waken up. The writer of this story, Ian Watson, is a science fiction author who has turned to horror in recent years. Born in 1943 and educated at Oxford University, he has lectured in literature at universities in Tanzania and Japan, and in future studies at Birmingham Polytechnic. His first novel, The Embedding, burst upon the SF scene in 1973, winning the French Prix Apollo and being runner-up for the John W. Campbell Memorial Award. His second novel, The Jonah Kit, won the British Science Fiction Association Award and the Orbit Award. As a full-time writer since 1976, he has produced over a score of novels and story collections. He has had around 100 stories published in magazines and anthologies, and he has been a finalist for the Hugo and Nebula Awards in short fiction categories. In 1988, he had 3 new novels published: The Fire Worm, Whores of Babylon, and Meat. The Facts in the Case of Micky Valdon, by David Langford. Like UFOs, astrology, and Uri Geller, the Micky Valdon myth is a tabloid journalist's dream, a media creation long overdue for debunking. Everyone has read Dr. David Evans' sensationalist book, Revenant. Everyone thinks they know the story, but no one knows the actual facts. My brief was to uncover the facts. Armed with my psychic critic credentials, I travelled to North Wales to take a long, cool look at the place where the Valdon hype had all begun. Wales. What an appropriate setting when you think about it. Full of old Celtic ghosts, its hills crowned with ancient graves and settlements, its valleys dotted with crumbling shrines and holy wells. The northwest county of Gwynedd, where Valdon lived, is the Welshest part of all Wales, actually taking its name from a forgotten kingdom of legend. Superstition fills the air, thick as morning mists on the mountains of Snowdonia. Even hard-headed travel writers like Jan Morris can go all weepy and mystical when it comes to atmospheric Wales. Small wonder that the legend of Micky Valdon's return grew so fast and far, nourished in this fertile soil. The obvious starting place for my investigation was Tŷ Gwyn, the stone-built Valdon cottage halfway up the mountain Diffwys, almost as high as famous Cadair Idris, which bulks impressively to the south. It's a tortuous road that climbs up there, and the suspension of my rented Ford Escort took some bad knocks on the final mile of grass track rising from the village Cwmmonac. All those Welsh names. I felt half snared in romance myself. At Tŷ Gwyn, though, Valdon's attractive local-born wife, or widow, Angharad, wasn't in a mood to cooperate. Media attention had, of course, faded a good deal by then, 8 weeks after the publication of Revenant, and only a couple of reporters had called that morning, but Angharad snapped at me and peremptorily ordered me to go away. The reaction, perhaps, of someone who didn't care to face informed questions? Of someone with things to hide? I will leave readers to make their own decision. There was more to be learned in the nearby seaside town, Barmouth, where Micky Valdon plied his trade of fisherman and bait dealer. Barmouth is one of those forgotten Victorian resorts which are preserved like fossils all around Britain's coast. Out of season, it's quiet and half deserted. Wind whips along the endless bare promenade. In season, the traditional British apparatus of roundabouts, one-armed bandits, dodgems, souvenir shops, and candy floss is revved up for the tourist trade. These summer months were when Valdon would often take out small parties of eager but rarely successful deep-sea fishers in his shabby little boat, the Moor Vach. I was glad to visit Barmouth in a bright, chilly November, when tourist distractions had been cleared away and only the friendly local folk were in evidence. A tour of the resort's pubs soon had me rubbing shoulders with people who'd personally known Micky Valdon. I bought many rounds of drinks, and although some of my new acquaintances preferred to share private jokes in their native Welsh, many were happy to tell what they knew about their suddenly famous neighbour. Struggling to keep up with these thirsty locals, I was glad of my good head for beer. "Bloody fond of tall stories he was," admitted one of Valdon's former cronies. I had been waiting tensely for that particular giveaway. The speaker went on to make a quip about the habits of fishermen, as though trying to excuse Valdon in some obscure fashion. But when, like myself, you're dedicated to uncovering the truth, there's never any excuse for a compulsive liar. Very soon after, there was great merriment at a reminiscence of Valdon once dropping a wet fish down the front of an unpopular barmaid's dress. My picture of the man, a picture that had been carefully obscured in Dr. Evans' best-selling potboiler, was filling out. I'd known he was short, dark, and intense, an immigrant who was more of a Celtic stereotype than most of those born here. Now the inner Valdon was coming into focus. Not only a habitual liar, but a confirmed practical joker. In the cheerful hour which followed, the only other distinctive point about Valdon, which anyone seemed to stress, was that of his unusual stubbornness and willpower. Now, this was obviously a case of hindsight, since claims of literally superhuman stubbornness and willpower are right at the heart of the dubious myth which, as we all know, has grown up about the missing man. And then came the real eye-opener, mere minutes before the landlord of the Crown brought a halt to that afternoon's investigations by asking us all to leave. A passing reference was made to Micky Valdon's occasional habit of amusing his friends with card tricks and simple sleight of hand. It was a moment before the implications filtered through the strong Welsh beer and hit me. An amateur magician. The fact speaks for itself. I left the Crown, convinced that I was on the track, and returned to my hotel room to think about it all. Next morning, despite a severe headache caused by my concentration, I drove back up the winding road to Tŷ Gwyn to confirm a minor point which had occurred to me. And Harad Valdon's behaviour that day was obviously part of a continuing effort to obstruct my search for the truth. Her action, in hurling a heavy slab of locally quarried roofing slate at my head, indicates her unstable personality, and all by itself casts doubt on the value of her testimony as recorded in Rivenall. She has been in a disturbed state ever since the alleged events. Luckily, my injuries were relatively minor, and through the window I had verified the size of the sofa bed, which had been such an important stage prop in the alleged miraculous events. The type of sofa bed found in the Tŷ Gwyn living room is a bulky piece of furniture, some 6 feet 6 inches, 1.98 metres, long. It would provide concealment for quite a large man. And here we remember that Micky Valdon was, or is, unusually small. Moreover, the long padded seat lifts up to disclose a hidden storage space intended for blankets and such-like items. The whole setup is a magician's dream. So, let's try for a rational reconstruction of what happened. I think we can safely accept that part of the story which concerns an accident to the Moor Vach. Deep-sea fishing from a small boat can sometimes be risky, and Valdon's occasional practice of fishing alone would only add to the risk. Could the wreck have been deliberately staged? Psychic investigators have learned the hard way not to make assumptions about actions which would be psychologically impossible for a faker. But it does seem that the Moor Vach was our man's pride and joy, for all its decrepitude. That the boat was wrecked appears certain enough. It was the salvage and identification of the hull which Dr. David Evans, by whatever weird personal logic, took as the final confirmation that inspired his credulous and poorly written book. We can imagine Micky Valdon that evening, dripping wet, shocked by his devastating loss and his struggle to swim ashore, letting himself into the little bait-and-tackle shop, where, as we know, he sold such unpleasant creatures, lugworm and ragworm for sea-fishing, live gentles, maggots, by the kilo for anglers who preferred Gwyneth's lakes and rivers. And there, dare we imagine, the inspiration came to him. He made his preparations. So followed the dramatic scenes which form the centrepiece of Revenant, beginning with Anharad Valdon's belated arrival home from teaching in Aberystwyth. There is no reason to question her homeward route via the Cambrian coastline, the Barmouth-Dolgethly bus service, and a long stretch on foot. Evans is reliable on local colour, as one might expect. She finds her husband in the living room. Nothing unusual in that. She finds his manner strange. I have tried to keep a particularly open mind on this point. Anharad might have been Micky Valdon's dupe, or might have been in collusion with him to hoax the uncritical Dr. David Evans. We have already seen that Valdon could very plausibly have been in a state of shock following the wreck, a likelihood which could account for much. Though few hard-headed readers will think it excuses the hysterical melodrama of the returned man's first recorded words that day, or will be able to resist a loud horse laugh at the notion of someone saying in cold blood to his wife, "Darling, I'm dead." Talk about stubbornness and willpower. As described at all too tedious length in Revenant, Dr. David Evans is then called in by the nervy Anharad. At last, an independent witness. How good a witness Evans might actually be is for you to decide. An elderly, 57, local practitioner of no great ability or ambition, Evans is best known in the area for his comforting bedside manner. You may well think that despite being an amateur of medical hypnosis, he was singularly ill-equipped to detect the kind of psychic trickery which has deceived so many better qualified scientists and researchers. It might also be significant that earlier that evening, Dr. Evans had consumed almost an entire pint of beer at the Royal Ship Hotel in Dolgethly. His judgment could easily have been affected. So, what are the proofs which convinced Dr. Evans that Micky Valdon's claims were correct, and gave rise to his far-from-original theory of how desperate willpower might animate organic matter even after death? Valdon's skin temperature was abnormally low. But of course, not only had he recently been immersed in a chilly sea, his probable state of shock would have affected blood circulation and given rise to temporary hypothermia. Nor can trickery be ruled out. Concealed ice cubes can work wonders. The pallor of his face would follow just as logically from the shock theory, or from a little make-up. A certain reported blotchiness sounds equally unremarkable. When it comes to the allegation that shifting spots of odd bright colour were present, one can put it down to suggestibility in the light of what supposedly followed. Or one can remember that, as is acknowledged even in Revenant, Valdon had access to aniline dyes made to a decidedly non-supernatural formula. His pulse was undetectable. It is a truism that trained medical students very much younger and healthier than Dr. Evans can have difficulty in taking a patient's pulse. There is also a well-known magician's trick which allows absence of pulse action to be effectively simulated. The arm is doubled up with a hard rubber ball or similar object clamped tightly in the crook of the elbow. This temporarily blocks circulation and stops the pulse in the wrist. At least one much reprinted detective story makes use of the point. Library assistants in Dolgethly confirmed that both Valdon and his wife occasionally borrowed books, and I noted with satisfaction that large numbers of detective thrillers were indeed available there. The alleged lack of heart action suggests several possibilities. One is that Dr. Evans' hearing was, as is all too likely, failing with the onset of senility. A second sounds bizarre, but persons with the heart on the wrong side of the body have been known. This is a rare but recognized physical condition called inverse situs. Although it's indeed unlikely that Dr. Evans had on this account put his stethoscope to the wrong place, the lesser unlikelihood has to be more acceptable than the gross implausibility we are asked to swallow. A funny coincidence, too, that it's not possible for any qualified person to examine Valdon's supposed corpse. I am attracted to a third explanation. Heart action can be slowed by many common drugs, notably digitalis. This is the active ingredient of foxglove tea, a folk remedy traditionally prescribed for heart trouble. Dedicated super-psychic fakers have been known to take amazing risks to simulate abnormal bodily conditions. Foxgloves grow wild within 3 miles of Cumminach. Valdon's skin was also, at 1 or 2 points, said to squirm. Perhaps a simple matter of a muscle twitch, easily counterfeited. Some people find it incredible that others with better muscle control can wiggle their ears, twitch their scalps, or raise one eyebrow without the other. Check it out with friends before assuming that this kind of voluntary tic is impossible. As for our hero's supposedly unfortunate body odour, it's time for readers to join me in another horse laugh. I've never before heard this advanced as a proof of paranormal happenings. The arcane discipline of smellonics. So, there remains Dr. Evans' grand finale in the living room of the little granite cottage, high up in the mystic Welsh twilight. The hysterical Angharad is a constant distraction. Sprawled on the sofa bed, our supposed revenant, Micky Valdon, is dully repeating his appalling story. Unprepared for a case as bizarre as this, Dr. Evans administers a strong sedative which appears to have no effect. Valdon could plausibly have been keyed up to the point of being able to override the drug, though, despite Dr. Evans' insistence, there's every chance that he simply palmed the pills instead of swallowing them. Then Dr. Evans has the bright idea of trying medical hypnosis, once a fad of his, this interest being significantly well known in the locality. Did Valdon himself drop a sly hint, and himself suggest that Evans should hypnotically persuade the obviously disturbed patient to relax and let go? It was at this point in the book that I wondered whether either of them had read a certain tale by Edgar Allan Poe. Valdon, perhaps. Evans seems to be a true innocent, as easily fooled as were Crooks, Conan Doyle, and the millions who gaped at Geller. Angharad sobs in the background, and Micky stares lifelessly as Evans intones the repetitive, suggestive phrases. A hypnotic trance is the easiest phenomenon of all to simulate, of course, but that question doesn't arise here. Remember, though, that Evans' long monotone about sleepiness and relaxation and letting go isn't being heard only by Micky Valdon. Emotionally exhausted, or so it appeared to Evans, Angharad would have been dulled and soothed. The doctor himself would not be immune to his own therapeutic monotony. At the key moment, neither of the two would have been good witnesses. Micky Valdon, I conjecture, awaited a moment of distraction. A gust of wind rattling the door, a seagull's cry. With the swift opportunism of a stage magician, or a Geller, he blurred into action. Probably he concealed himself quickly behind that significantly large sofa bed, and, using one of several simple tricks known to professional magicians, substituted the 150 pounds, 68 kilograms, of material brought from his shop, and hitherto concealed either about his person or within the sofa's hidden compartment. A later, unobtrusive getaway would be a trivial problem. Dr. Evans tried hard to evoke a paranormal thrill with his over-argued notion of a desperate soul, its body smashed and lost at sea, animating what flesh it could to bid a last farewell. But the grandiose phrases fade into silliness when we think coolly of the hard evidence left behind. 150 pounds of plump, artificially reared maggots. A small percentage of them, as is traditional, although the efficacy of the bait is apparently not improved, brightly coloured with aniline dyes. 2 professional magicians can now duplicate this trick on stage. Micky Valdon has not been seen since, and, significantly, has made no response to my repeated public offer, sponsored by Psychic Critic, of £5,000, should he be able to repeat the effect under controlled conditions. These facts speak for themselves, as I am confident readers will agree. The author of this tale, David Langford, was born in 1953 and read physics at Oxford University. After 5 years working as a weapons physicist at Aldermaston, he became a freelance writer in 1980. His first book was War in 2080, The Future of Military Technology, published in 1979. Since when, he has produced a number of very peculiar books, most of them humorous and most co-authored. Among these are Facts and Fallacies, a book of definitive mistakes and misguided predictions, with Chris Morgan, and The Third Millennium, a history of the world 2000 to 3000 AD, with Brian Stableford. His favourite book is the humorous novel The Leaky Establishment. He is well known as a book reviewer and as a writer of computer software. Among his awards are the BSFA Award for his short story Cube Root, and 3 Hugo Awards. His most recent book is Guts, a horror spoof novel written with John Grant. Shine for Me, by Freda Warrington. He was the most beautiful man I had ever seen. In that, my memory had not deceived me. Or perhaps it had. I thought I remembered how he looked, but when I saw him through the bookshop window, the sight of him halted me as though I had run smack into the glass. There he was, Peter Bell, the famous author, the man of my dreams, ha! Oh, but what dreams! I went hot at the thought of him guessing them. He was sitting at a small table in the centre of the shop, laughing and joking with the people who had brought their books to be signed. The queue already stretched out of the door, so I had no choice but to tag on to the end and wait. At least I could see him. I watched the light moving on his face as he spoke and smiled. He had glossy brown hair and soft, dark eyes fringed with unbelievably long eyelashes. Why do men have such wonderful eyelashes? There was just a hint of stubble to accentuate the perfect line of his jaw and the shadows under his cheekbones. I thought I'd conjured that beauty in my mind 1,000 times, but now I realized I'd failed, that the reality was infinitely more vivid. My breath seemed to be turning to honey inside me, until I thought I might melt and stick to the glass. It seemed that everyone at the university had turned out to meet him. They were not only students, but lecturers and administrators, even some of the canteen staff. I shifted about, trying to keep him in sight. By the time I was almost at the front of the queue, my heart was pounding and my hands so damp that the dust jacket of the book I was holding began to buckle. I was so uncool, but I couldn't help it. I felt as if my head was transparent, and everyone knew what I was feeling and thinking. Everyone except him. I was almost at the table now. The student in front of me was presenting an anthology of horror stories and saying, "Would you sign it on The Soul Drinker, please, Mr. Bell, page 49. It's my favourite story of yours." "Quite a few people have said that," he replied. "I don't know why. I don't think it's one of my best." "Oh, but it's so atmospheric," said the boy, "and convincing. You make people believe it might really happen." "I hope not," said the author with a disarming smile. He handed back the book. "Thank you." The student moved away, and I was at the front, looking into Peter Bell's beautiful eyes. He was wearing a check shirt with the sleeves rolled back from his slim, strong forearms. Now, if this was one of my daydreams, I would slide my arms around him, and the crowd would vanish. But it was not, and I could feel the impatience of the queue pressing on me like heat, while I stood there not knowing how to start. "Hi there," he said. His face was lively and friendly, but I saw no recognition in it. I said, "Hello. Do you remember me? We met at the science fiction convention last Easter, and before that at a signing you did in London." "Oh, of course." He smiled. His teeth were perfect. "Yes, I remember you. Your name is Alice Mayfield." "Alice, of course." He wrote swiftly on the title page of the book, his new novel, which had cost me a fortune in hardback, and handed it back to me. "Well, how's it going?" I wanted to tell him. I wanted to say the sort of things they do in films, like, "Let's lose this crowd and go somewhere we can really talk." Ridiculous. When someone asks how you are, the last thing they want is for you to show them your operation scar or your bleeding heart. I said lamely, "Oh, I'm fine. I work here, so I was really pleased when I found out you were coming." He looked interested. I don't suppose he was, but that was part of his charm, his affability. "Do you mean you actually work here in the bookshop?" "No, in another part of the university. Still with books, though. I'm a librarian." No, that was a conversation stopper. But what could I say? I didn't have the knack of intriguing people, even by lying. "I've got every one of your books now." "Great," he said. "Well, it's really nice seeing you again." And that was it. He was already looking over my shoulder to the person behind me, ready to take their book and greet them in the same friendly way. The queue still wound out into the foyer. I didn't have the nerve to hold things up any longer, and I'd look so foolish if I tried. But it was my only chance. I know you're busy, but would you have time for a coffee after? The refectory is just across the foyer." His eyes were so brown, so warm. "I'd love to," he said brightly. "But," I thought, just as he said, "But I've got to do a press interview after this. Thanks for asking." I knew a polite brush-off when I heard it, but I longed to know what was really inside his mind. Was he genuinely sorry that he was too busy, or just glad of an excuse not to bother? I started to move away when he added, "Look, I'll try to join you later. Where will you be? In the refectory?" My heart lurched, but I tried to sound offhand. "Yeah. Well, maybe I'll see you later." I knew he wouldn't come. I sat clutching a chipped white cup until the coffee turned to cold sludge, my stomach leaping every time someone pushed open the door. I wished I'd stayed in the bookshop where I could have watched him, but that would have looked so obvious, as though I was waiting to pounce as soon as the signing finished. Everyone wanted to talk to Peter Bell. Attractive female students, lively and articulate, not inhibited by shyness. The thought of them turned my mouth sour. What chance did I have of holding his attention? I was jealous, both of them and of him. He was 31, just 1 year older than me, but everything was happening for him. His books were bestsellers. He had sold the film rights to 3 of them, and television appearances had made him moderately famous. When I first came to the university, there had been an ingrained snobbery against any literature that was not intellectual. No one had dreamed of inviting a fantasy writer to give a guest lecture. But things had changed, and Peter Bell had helped to break down the barriers. He wrote with equal ease in any genre he chose, mainstream, science fiction, or horror. His ideas were brilliant, his style all the more exquisite for being accessible. He was that rare creature, a best-selling author, who was also acclaimed as a literary figure. And as if that wasn't enough, he was charming and gorgeous enough to have starred in his own films. He was too modest for that, of course. Sickening. There was a kind of sick feeling in my stomach, lurching around with all my hopes and frustrations. There was nothing I wanted more than to be a writer myself. I wanted him, and I wanted to be him, all at the same time, to drink the essence of him and absorb his genius into my soul. Writing has been an obsession all my life. I became a librarian in the hope that if I steeped myself in the classics, literary brilliance might rub off on me. So far it hadn't worked. 12 years on I was still a librarian, still sweating in my spare time over stories and novels that would never be published. The problem was, simply, that I couldn't write to save my life. Friends had told me kindly, publishers brutally, until I finally had to believe that I was no good. But I resented it bitterly. Couldn't accept it with good grace and move on to something different. I had to keep trying, however wretched it made me. I suppose that qualifies me as obsessive. When I'd first discovered Peter Bell's work about 4 years earlier, I was stunned, inspired. I could hardly believe what I was reading. He was achieving everything I'd longed to do, realizing the sort of ideas that were only half formed in my mind, and doing it with breathtaking ease and brilliance. I was so envious. I had to meet him. When I met him at that first signing, I'd had no idea what to expect. Certainly the last thing I'd anticipated was to be confronted by my ideal man made flesh. Our conversation was painfully brief, because I couldn't think of a thing to say. My next opportunity to meet him was at the science fiction convention. My visions of getting to know him better, of having deep and meaningful conversations, proved laughable. All weekend he was either giving talks or surrounded by people in the bar, or nowhere to be found. I achieved one 10-minute conversation with him before he had to fly off and talk to someone more important, but that was enough to leave me wanting him so desperately that I didn't know what to do with myself. When I went home, I began rereading all his books. I saved every newspaper and magazine cutting that I could find about him. When I heard he had accepted the invitation to the university, I couldn't sleep for excitement. Was it love or infatuation? I don't know. They both hurt equally, so what's the difference? The refectory door opened again. My diaphragm jumped, but it was my friend Cathy. When she saw me, she grinned and came over. "What you doing sitting here on your own?" she said. "I went to find you in the library, but they said you'd taken the afternoon off. I thought you might have been ill." "No, I'm waiting for someone." Cathy is a student, 10 years younger than me, blonde and bespectacled and pretty. She has all the confidence and wisdom that I never possessed at that age, and still don't possess now. "Oh, your friend the writer." That gave me a pang, and I really made it sound as if I knew him that well. "Is he coming?" "I doubt it. He was in the bookshop. There was an enormous crowd. Are they still there?" "No, everyone's gone now. I saw him leaving with a couple of people I didn't recognise." Cathy sat down opposite me, dumping her books onto a pool of spilled tea before I could stop her. "That's it, then. He said he might come for a coffee, but I didn't think he would," I said miserably. "Oh, Cathy, what am I going to do?" "How do you mean?" "I've never had any luck with men, have I?" "Oh, I don't know. You've had at least 3 boyfriends since I've known you." "Yeah, but they all turn out to be creeps, or weird, or deadly boring. The men I really like never take the slightest interest in me. It didn't really bother me. I thought I could take it. But not this time." I could feel an unpleasant emotion building inside me. "Oh, dear," Cathy said thoughtfully. "I knew you liked him, but I didn't realise it was this bad." I must have sounded tragic, but I didn't care. That was the way I felt. Oh, it meant so much. Another chance to meet him. I knew I was stupid to get my hopes up, but I couldn't help it. I really thought I might get somewhere this time. I can't stand it. It's so unfair. I'm not ugly, am I? I'm so average, it's untrue. Average height, weight, ordinary brown hair. Nothing to repulse anyone. Of course not. You're quite attractive, Alice. Thanks, I said gloomily. It must be my personality. I haven't got a sparkling personality, and I can't fake it. There's nothing wrong with your personality either, Cathy said. Maybe you try too hard. What do you mean, try too hard? I raised my voice. She looked uncomfortable. You know, seemed too eager to please. Oh, I frighten them off, do I? That's ridiculous. If anything, it's the opposite. I get tongue-tied and come over as a complete moron. No, you don't. He probably likes you, but he's bound to lead a jet-set sort of life in London, and... Oh, don't. I can't bear to think about it. If he has any time to spare for a girlfriend at all, she'd be an exquisite creature like something out of Vogue. My only hope is that I've never seen him with a woman. What about a man? She said, grinning. In a way, that would be easier. He would put paid to everything and I might get over it. But I can't bear not knowing. He's an enigma. I just can't get close to him. Cathy chewed her lip and then said thoughtfully, It's not a fault in you, Alice. I think you're setting your sights too high, that's all. I don't blame you. He is gorgeous. I just want to talk to him. I sighed deeply. Is that too much to ask? I want to be a writer more than anything. Even if I can't make him fancy me, at least he might give me some advice, even though I am no bloody good. My God, you are feeling sorry for yourself today. No, I'm not. I'm just being realistic. It's self-pity. You're talking nonsense. Look, let's be positive about this. How long is he here for? He's staying overnight and giving his talk at 10 tomorrow morning. But he won't be around this evening. Some of the lecturers are taking him out for a meal. Very cliquey, Cathy said with a sneer. All right. You'll have to seize your opportunity in the morning. Forget about being tongue-tied. Be ruthless. Elbow your way through the others and talk the loudest. Say something outrageous to get his attention. Ask him to go to bed with you. She laughed, and her buoyancy seemed to ease my low mood. I smiled, shaking my head. That's better, she said. I don't know about you, but I'm starving. How would you fancy going for a pizza, then drowning our sorrows in the bar? We walked into town for the pizza. I must have been a bore, pouring out my heart about Peter, but Cathy never made me feel that I was. She's one of those people who is interested in everything. I suppose it was a bit of a drama, and she seemed happy to listen and give advice. It was 10 o'clock before we came back to the campus, and when we went into the bar, Peter Bell was there. He was in the middle of a group, of course, the centre of attention. I recognised the lecturers and some of the students with him, but none of them were personal friends of mine. I turned and made my way nonchalantly towards the other end of the bar. "Where are you going?" Cathy whispered, tugging at my arm. "Now's your chance." "You must be joking. I don't know any of those people well enough to join the group, and I can't just barge through them." "For heaven's sake, Alice, anyone else would. Look, you don't have to barge through, just sneak in from the side." "I don't know." I was shaking, but we'd had several glasses of wine at the pizza place, and it dulled the edge of my fear. "Get in there," Cathy said, with ominous determination, edging me towards them. It was easier than I dared to hope. A gap seemed to open up automatically at Peter's side, and I found myself drawn into it. He turned round and gave me a welcoming smile, a smile I wished I could trap in amber and keep forever. "Hello, Alice," he said. "I'm sorry I couldn't make it earlier. Can I buy you a drink?" The others were looking at me, and I was glowing. He welcomed me by name. He made me sound like an old friend. I turned round to catch Cathy's eye, and she winked. "Oh, yes. White wine, please. I wanted to talk to him so desperately. There was so much I needed to say, so many questions to ask. I wanted to put my arms around him and hold him as we talked, to feel the warmth of his body. All impossible, of course. Now, if I'd been the man in his story, the soul drinker, I would have had the power to make the others shut up, make them vanish. Sometimes, after reading that story, I could almost imagine the power in me, burning in my fingertips, white fire on my skin. I have a strong imagination, even if I can't put it into words. Sometimes. But no, if you really could make things real by imagining them, the people around us would have crumbled to ashes and smoke. That was how much I hated them, for keeping his attention away from me. What had Cathy suggested? Saying something outrageous. I stood there, feeling the warmth of his arm through his shirt, while the wine took me into a warm, floating haze in which it seemed that nothing I said or did could make things worse. I was wrong, naturally. I waited for a pause. Presently, two of the lecturers started arguing with each other about one of Peter's ideas, and while he was momentarily excluded from the conversation, I began, "Have you ever thought—" "Sorry, Alice, what did you say?" He bent his head towards me, and I moved as close as I dared. "Have you ever thought that the things that happened in your stories might be true?" "What, the more fantastic ones, you mean?" "Yeah, like the soul drinker." "Well, yes, I suppose naturally one sits down and imagines what it would be like if a thing could actually happen." "I'm not talking about imagining it. I mean, what if you thought you were making it up, but in fact it was all real, and it was somehow filtering into your subconscious without you knowing it?" He looked a bit startled, as though he had met crackpots before, but had not expected me to be one. At least I'd made him notice me. "Good heavens, that is an interesting thought. You may have something there, Alice." He laughed. "I think you've given me an idea for another story." One of the lecturers had overheard us and said, "All this time you thought you were an original creator, and now it turns out you're just a demonic cipher." "Rubbish," said someone else. "Of course he makes it up. Whether it comes true after he's written it down is another matter." They roared with laughter, Peter with them. I felt they were mocking me, debasing what was supposed to have been a private exchange. But Peter was in collusion with them. If he wasn't, why did he so readily turn from me and go on talking to them as if I wasn't there? They can never know what pain they cause, these people, by being unable to spare even 10 minutes of their time to someone who admires them. Yet perhaps I've done it myself, brushing off a man who's asked me out. Perhaps we all do it, never meaning any harm, only wanting to escape the uncomfortable sensation of being pestered by someone for whom we feel nothing. "Well, I'd better get some sleep, or I won't be fit to give my talk tomorrow," he said suddenly. Dismay and alcohol made me go dizzy, but he was perfectly sober, all smiles and charm still. I wondered if the mask ever slipped. He shook everyone's hand, saying good night. Cathy had slid away unobtrusively some time earlier, which meant I was the only female in the group. He took my hand, and then, to my surprise, kissed me on the cheek. I felt as if there was an electric wire burning inside me, raising the hairs all over my skin. It meant nothing, I knew that. He would have said goodbye to any female acquaintance in the same way, and that was what finished me, the hollow warmth of his gesture. Anyway, I was too far gone to care about making a fool of myself. As he moved away, I followed him and put my hand on his arm. "Peter, where are you staying?" "With Tom Marshall." He was an English lecturer, the one who had invited Peter to the university. "He's gone to fetch his car. Did you want a lift?" I nearly lost my nerve. I wish I had. "No. Do you have to stay with him? My flat isn't far. Do you know the park on the east side of the campus? "Yes," he said, dubiously. "I crossed it on my way from the station. There's a Victorian building covered in ivy." I tried to speak precisely, but I could hear myself slurring the words. "You can't miss it. It's the only one standing on its own. Mine's flat 5 on the top floor. Couldn't you make an excuse and join me there instead?" The look. Oh, the look he gave me. I wished the floor would swallow me. He didn't want to hurt my feelings, I could see that, but the embarrassment and dismay in his eyes almost killed me. He lifted my hand from his arm as if it were a dead fish. I'm sorry, Alice. It's a nice thought, but there's really no way I can get out of staying with the Marshalls. Good night." His lips said that it was impossible, but his eyes said simply, "I don't want to." If he'd wanted to, he'd have found a way. I couldn't speak. I just watched him walk away, dwindling through a series of glass doors until he was swept away by darkness and the white glare of headlights. By the time I'd walked home, I went alone, foolishly. People are sometimes mugged in the park. I was starting to sober up, and my head was throbbing. The flat with its bare lino and sloping ceilings depressed me. It looked so dingy in the cold yellow light, and its musty smell made me feel ill. I drank several glasses of water and took a book to bed with me, knowing I wouldn't be able to sleep. I read The Soul Drinker and cried. It was a horrible story, but so beautifully written that it became moving. It was about a man who finds that whenever he witnesses an act of violence, it gives him a supernatural power to control others. Seeking to increase the power, he befriends a murderer, whom he eggs on to ever more grisly killings. Each time a victim dies, he absorbs the energy of their soul. It destroys him in the end, of course. I sometimes wondered what went on beneath Peter's genial surface to enable him to think of such ghastly things. But that was his talent, to take the most twisted ideas and turn them into profound statements about life. A gift I would have done anything to possess. I deliberately missed his talk the next morning. I simply couldn't bear to sit there, watching him charm the audience, remembering how he'd rejected me and what a fool I'd made of myself. I wandered round the campus, shivering in the wintry air, looking at my watch and thinking, in 2 hours he'll be on his way back to London. An hour and a half. An hour. It was no good. I had to see him. My excuse to speak to him would be to apologise. Yeah, that was it. To explain that I'd been drunk and hadn't meant to embarrass him. He'd laugh it off, and then perhaps we could start again. I went to the lecture hall and waited outside the main entrance until the audience began to emerge. Although I knew he was bound to be the last out, that people were probably keeping him talking, I grew more and more agitated as I scanned the passing faces. I had a strange feeling of déjà vu. I felt I'd spent my whole life there with the crowd streaming past me, like a 13-year-old waiting for a glimpse of a favourite boy, wondering why the world was so full of people who weren't him. I waited until the last person had come out, but there was no sign of him. He must still be inside. I went in cautiously, expecting to see the usual knot of admirers round him, and not wanting him to see me creeping about in the background. But the hall was deserted. I came out and stood looking around for a moment, puzzled, not quite sure what to do. A voice beside me made me jump. "Hi, Alice!" I must have visibly almost leapt in the air. It was Cathy. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. You going for a coffee?" "I can't. I'm looking for someone," I said. "Not Peter Bell?" Damn, did she have to guess? "Yes." "He's gone." Usually I was pleased to see her, but this time I felt that I almost hated her. The concern in her face verged on pity, and I did not want to be pitied, not even by her. "Why weren't you at the talk? It was brilliant." "He can't have gone. I've been here all the time." "He went out by the side door." He did, honestly, Alice. I saw him. He had his coat and bag, so he must have been on his way to the train. Now, for heaven's sake, let me buy you a coffee. I think you need it. Not now. I've got to go. I left her standing there and half walked, half ran along the side of the lecture hall towards the edge of the park. If I hurried, I might catch him up. He might not have gone on foot, of course. He might have got a lift or a taxi. No, he was independent. He liked walking. Anyway, it didn't matter. I was bound to find him waiting on the platform. In winter, the park looks like the blasted heath, totally flat with a few miserable lines of trees edging the footpaths. I muffled myself in my scarf and set out across it at a brisk walk, the grass squelching under my boots. Everything was black and grey and desolate, and with the university behind me and the distant fringe of houses hidden by trees, I could have been in the middle of nowhere, alone under the sky. I didn't care what he thought about me chasing him. At least I thought I didn't, until I actually saw him, a distant figure striding along the main footpath. Then all the moisture sank out of my mouth, and although I ran until I was only 20 yards behind him, I didn't have the nerve to go any closer. He was wearing a dark leather jacket and had an overnight bag slung from his shoulder. His collar was turned up. His legs were long and slim in tight jeans as he walked away from me. He was in his own world, oblivious to my miserable dreams. Abandoning all pretense of dignity, I followed him. I was ashamed of the way I was behaving, but I felt so wretched I couldn't help myself. There was no point of contact between us. If I caught him up, what could I say, and how could he react, except to despise me for running after him? The path wound into an overgrown area, dark with conifers and evergreen shrubs, the sort of place where no sensible person walks at night. I'd narrowed the distance between us. I was out of breath. God, what if he looks round? Maybe I should give up trying to appear rational and jump him like a rapist. Or find out where he lives and hang around outside his house until he has to get a court order to have me removed. So pathetic. I'm bleeding, and the invisible blood is running out all over the dead leaves and the tarmac, and he doesn't know or care. If anything was to bring us into contact, it would have to be something out of our control, like if I had to rescue him from a mugger, untie him from a train track, or throw a rope to haul him from a mountain ledge. A fantasy, a silent film in which he became the heroine and I the hero. I was wishing so hard that I could almost feel the white fire on my skin. I think I saw the figure coming towards us before Peter did. It was a youth of about 16, wearing a jacket like a piece of old blanket, his legs spindly in tight black cords. As he drew level with Peter, he stopped, apparently asking him the time. I could see the cheerful way Peter responded, as friendly with a total stranger as he had been with me. It was just his way. Didn't mean a damn thing. Peter made to walk on, but as he turned away, I saw the youth pull out a knife. I caught my breath to shout. I couldn't make a sound. Peter must have sensed something. The youth leapt onto him from behind, but he was already twisting round, his arms out to defend himself. They overbalanced and went down in a tangle of arms and legs. I saw the knife sweep down, saw Peter's hand flash out to catch the lad's wrist, so that the blade, made useless, strained stabs at the air. Then the fingers holding it opened and it clattered to the ground. The youth, an inept attacker, scrambled up and tried to run away. He went all of 3 strides before Peter was on his feet and after him, bringing him down with a kind of rugby tackle. They scuffed up leaves and grit as they fell, and I could hear the breath bursting from their throats. "You little bastard!" Peter shouted. This time the boy was underneath. Peter had him by the shoulders and was shaking him, banging his head on the tarmac over and over again. I closed my eyes, screwing up my face, but I could still hear the sickening soft crunch going on and on. When it stopped at last, I looked up to see Peter on his feet, edging away from the body and muttering, "Jesus, Jesus." He raised his head and saw me, Our eyes met. I wanted to go to him, but the look of wild panic on his face paralyzed me. Before I could move, he turned and was running away along the path, his trainers making no sound at all. I was alone, except for the motionless youth. The prospect of going near him was horrific, but I had to pass him to follow Peter. And what if he was still alive? I crept past, with a horrible vision of him leaping up, seizing the knife and coming for me instead. But he didn't move. He could not. I had never seen a corpse before. I didn't want to look, but I felt compelled to. He lay on his back with his hair matted into a halo of blood, while his head seemed the wrong shape, as though it had been squashed down onto the path. I had seen that face on 1,000 yobs and football hooligans. The forehead was prominent, as if it had bulged with the effort of thinking, the eyes too close together, the mouth slack and girlish. The expression was only slightly more vacant than it must have been in life. I expected to feel sick, but I didn't. It was more a sensation of having been kicked in the ribs, while a grey snowstorm whirled inside me. I was in shock, I suppose, but it didn't even occur to me to call the police. All I could think was that this had formed a link between myself and Peter. He had killed someone, and I was the only witness. It was something private between us, a reason to communicate. I suddenly felt very calm, and that was when something weird began to happen. As I bent over the corpse, I thought I saw wisps of white light curling up from the forehead, and it seemed they were streaming straight into me, filling me with energy. I felt as if I were being split up the middle, or blown up like a balloon. That was it, blown up until I was light-headed and floating. It was one of Peter's stories come true. The energy of the soul was flowing into me, giving me power. And as it flowed, the substance of the youth's body seemed to dissipate with it, turning more and more translucent, until it vanished altogether. I blinked. In my experience, it is impossible to imagine things so vividly that you really believe they've happened. I knew what I had witnessed was real, but now there was no corpse, no blood. Even the knife was gone. There was only the grey silence of the park and the white fire inside me. I took my time walking back to the flat. There was no hurry now. Peter might have gone to the police, or he might have tried to catch his train, but somehow I knew he had not done either. When I climbed the flight of stairs to the top floor, it was no surprise at all to find him on the landing outside my door, shivering, shifting nervously from foot to foot. He almost jumped out of his skin when he saw me. Oh, the mask was gone now. He was terrified. I think he'd been crying, and I wanted to put my arms around him and say, "It's all right. I'll hide you." "I had a feeling you'd be here," I said. I unlocked the door and let him in, locking it behind us. "Sit down." I sounded cold, but at the sight of him my head swam. "What the hell am I going to do?" he exclaimed. "God, Alice! You saw what happened. You haven't been to the police, have you?" "No." I took my coat off slowly and hung it on the back of a chair. "Did you look at him? Was he dead?" "Yeah." "Jesus." He dropped his bag by the sofa and sat down with his head in his hands. "I think you need a drink. I've only got tea, I'm afraid. You're safe here, you know." My tiny kitchen leads off the sitting room, and I could still see him as I went to plug the kettle in. "Thanks, Alice," he said. "I knew I could trust you." I thought, "Oh, you know me as well as that, do you?" but there were no real barriers between us now. "Why didn't you go to the police yourself?" I asked.
"Isn't it obvious? I've just killed someone, for God's sake."
He must have seen me shudder. I was remembering the way he had banged the boy's head over and over again, long after he must have been unconscious.
"Look, you must understand, I'm not normally like that. I mean, I hate violence. There was just something... It made me so angry, that stupid kid attacking me. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't mean to... Oh, God!"
His hands knotted and unknotted. Such lean, strong hands.
"You can tell the police it wasn't your fault.
It was self-defence."
"You're joking. If anyone lifts a finger to defend themselves against a criminal these days, they're prosecuted. I could be convicted of murder."
He was really frightened. I poured boiling water into mugs, and I thought very carefully about what I was going to say. The tongue-tied idiot who had stood before him in the bookshop yesterday seemed like a different person, in another time. I said calmly, "I could explain what happened, how he attacked you and fell by accident."
"You'd better not tell anyone anything."
His eyes were wild. Perhaps I was in danger from him after all, I couldn't be sure. But I went on making tea like a robot.
"It would ruin my career. I can't go to prison, it would kill me."
"It won't come to that."
"It might, quite easily."
My hand was shaking as I carried the mug to him, but I don't think he noticed. He took it quietly, not even looking at me. I sat at the table, watching him stare down at the trembling brown liquid as the words began to pour out of him.
"It's something I've always been scared of, that I might do a thing like that. Maybe that's why I write, to get rid of the demons. Hasn't worked. Even if they don't convict me, what's going to happen to my career?"
"I should think it would add a certain glamour. The publishers will be fighting over you."
"I don't want that. It's so sick, glamorizing someone because they've done something wrong. But the chances are I'll get 2 years at least. They might not even believe the kid attacked me. I couldn't stand it, not prison."
It was then, as he went on talking like that I realized what lay behind his charming facade. Utter selfishness. No thought for anyone except himself, his career, his image. I felt like shouting, "What about me? I've just seen a murder, and I still love you, you bastard. What about my feelings?" But when he looked at me, he wasn't even seeing me. I was just a thing to him, both a convenience and a nuisance. He sat there, my dream lover, so beautiful and so vulnerable, and I despised him. "You'll be all right," I said callously. "You may only have to leave the cell for an hour a day. Once you got used to it, you'll have 23 hours a day to write. Look what it did for Oscar Wilde." If he was going to attack me, that would have provoked him to it. But he didn't move. He seemed to shrink into himself, and I felt sorry for him. "Alice, what kind of person are you?" he said quietly. "I didn't mean to sound cruel. I'm a bit upset too." He didn't respond, so I went on. "Peter, I got something very important to tell you. That story of yours, the soul drinker, it's true." He stared at me aghast, as if this was the last thing he needed.
"What the hell are you talking about?"
"I witnessed a murder. When I looked at the boy's body, I felt the energy of his soul going into me. You know what power that gives me, don't you? Power over others, especially the murderer himself."
"Don't be ridiculous, Alice. It was just a story."
But he was sweating. He kept pushing his hair off his forehead, and it grew darker and darker with sweat. You know it's more than that. I've suspected it for a long time. I almost felt the power just from reading the story. He must have thought I was deranged. "What are you trying to do, for God's sake?" he said, edging forward on the sofa. "Don't try to leave. Peter, I can do one of three things. I can tell the police you were horribly attacked and responded like a hero, or I can tell them that you went for him like a maniac because he was rude to you. Or I can say nothing, and if they ever do connect you with the murder, I can be your alibi. We were on our way to London, weren't we? Nowhere near the park. Which would you prefer?" "I'd prefer you to say nothing," he said grudgingly. "That's what I thought." Usually the flat was cold, but now it felt stifling. I went to open a window and air blew in, sharp with the smell of winter and exhaust fumes. "What are you getting at? Are you trying to blackmail me? I thought you were my friend, Alice." I almost screamed. "Of course I'm your bloody friend," I said. How could he be so obtuse? "You don't understand. Why do you think I asked you to my flat last night?" Well, because I like you. I was trying to chat you up. And why did you refuse? Oh, God, this is hopeless." There was silence for a few minutes. I suppose he felt he had to placate me. He said, "I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. You're a nice girl, Alice. I hadn't thought of you in a romantic way, that's all." "Why not? Am I that repulsive?" He looked so embarrassed, poor thing. "No, but this whole situation—" "Why, then? Why couldn't you see that I wanted you?" It's funny. When you've got the upper hand, you can say whatever the hell you like without feeling you're making a fool of yourself. I was angry and exhilarated at the same time. "Alice, I don't have time for girlfriends. Well, not a serious one, anyway. I'm just too busy. It wouldn't be fair on her. On you." Nice excuse. But the power let me see right through him, and I knew the truth. He had his pick of gorgeous women in London. Women with shining blonde hair and designer suits and filofaxes, close friends on his own level, who didn't mind if they only saw him once a week or once a month, because their careers were as high-flown as his. The truth was simple. When he had them, why should he be even remotely interested in a dull provincial like me? I felt so bitter, yet so triumphant. "If I'm not repulsive, you won't mind, then?" Mind what?" "Staying with me. Taking me to London. Letting me live with you." He put his hand to his head again, and I could see he was horrified. Trapped. But I held a murder over him, and I held him in a white web of power. "Doesn't look as if I have much choice, does it?" "No. But it'll be all right. I won't be a nuisance. Think how much it will mean to me." His hand dropped to his side, and he looked defeated. "There's something else I want, Peter. I want to be a writer. I was going to ask your advice if you'd had time to talk to me, but there doesn't seem to be any point now. Either someone can write, or they can't, and I can't." "Alice, please, I'll do anything you say. You can come with me to London, only please don't try to stop me writing. It's my life." "I know. I want it to be mine, too." He wasn't really listening to me, I could see that. It would be another shock when he understood what I meant. Did I really have it in me to destroy someone? To take away his pride and independence and free will, just so that I could feel his mouth on mine? Drink his energies and steal his creations to make them my own? Yes. Yes, I did. It seemed to me that I knew everything about him. That was an illusion, of course, but we would have years in which to discover each other, and there would be so much pleasure in it. Would he ever grow to love me? Or would I grow sick of staring into dark, haunted eyes that even in the heat of passion said, "Don't do this to me, let me go"? I couldn't think about the future. I didn't care. "You're going to write brilliantly," I said, "and you're going to tell everyone that you've gone into collaboration with a co-writer, someone who's given you help and inspiration all along, perhaps. When I start to become known, some of your writing can be published under my name alone." He had gone so white that I thought he might pass out. Perhaps he would get angry later, but I wasn't afraid. There was nothing he could do. I wanted to touch him, but I restrained myself. Where's the satisfaction in that?" he said shakily. "If it's not your own work, I don't care. I've spent all these years working as hard as you. Now I just want the acclaim." "Bloody hell," he said, shutting his eyes. "I once had a dream about this. Do you remember that old telly advert about a bank manager living in the cupboard? Well, I dreamt that you lived in mine." I laughed. "Built-in cupboard with live-in lover." You turned into a mass of red tinsel in my hands, though. What do you think it meant?" "I don't know." Sweat shone on the ridges of his upper lip. I longed to kiss it away. "Maybe it meant you can't keep hold of me." "But I can. I told you. The soul drinker is true. It meant that you're going to shine for me, Peter." When I said the story was true, it was a lie. I'd caught him in a web of lies. I knew what had really happened, but there was no way I'd ever tell him. I had unleashed the part of him that he'd tried to exercise through his writing, the buried streak of violence, and I'd used it against him. But how had I done it? I wasn't sure, but I was beginning to work it out. Reading The Soul Drinker had released something in me, my own power. Peter would never become a murder suspect, because there was no body to be found. There had never been a youth in the first place. I had conjured him out of my own mind, my image of a mugger, a solid phantom that sprang fully formed from my desperation. That was why the body had vanished when I had looked down at it. Nothing to do with absorbing soul energies at all. Ridiculous idea. It was all a question of what we believed. I had believed there was a youth so strongly that I had made Peter believe it too. Now he believed that he had killed someone, that it would destroy him if anyone found out, and that if the secret was to be kept, I must be obliged in everything. Who was I to disillusion him? A strange thing, belief. And power is something we give to others to hold over us. Perhaps with that thought, I could convince myself that this was something he had wanted all along as well. At last, I allowed myself the luxury of moving closer to him. My hand wandered across his shoulders, and I relished the silky touch of his hair on my skin. He didn't try to pull away. "You need a rest and a hot bath," I said. "When you're feeling a bit better, I'll make us something to eat. Then I'd better write my resignation from the library and a note to Cathy. It won't take me long to pack. I'm really looking forward to living in London, and I can't wait to see your house." His eyes, his beautiful eyes, changing like glass with the light. I had thought they were windows through which all the hidden darknesses of his soul were revealed. But now they became bronzed mirrors in which all I could see was my own reflection. "I think "There's a fast train about 20 to 6, he said, softly. The author of this story, Freda Warrington, was born in Leicestershire in 1956 and still lives there. She studied graphic design at Loughborough College of Art and Design and now divides her time between freelance design work and fiction writing. Writing has been a major interest for her since she was a child. Her first book, a fantasy novel, was A Blackbird in Silver, published in 1986. It has been followed by 3 sequels. She writes her fantasies in pairs rather than trilogies. A Blackbird in Darkness, A Blackbird in Amber, and A Blackbird in Twilight. She is currently working on a new fantasy novel, unconnected with the previous 4.